Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020. 7:44 p.m. How does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E. Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
Alrighty, welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good to be here this afternoon. This is also good to have. Good to be here this afternoon. Try not to sleep through this one. I promise. Alrighty. All right, we are back. We're back with Paula Mack. I might add, we're back with Paula Mack. Paula, congratulations, first in chat this afternoon. And you knew what was coming. You tried to hide, but we caught you, and now we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. You've done it before. You know the drill. You now are responsible to maintain the internet for the rest of the afternoon. It's all on you. It was your own choice, Paul Mack, but thank you. We're grateful you made that sacrifice. Miss Chris, hey, 16 months, Miss Chris. Love it. I love it. Thank you. Congratulations on that. Alley Cat also popping in with a 9-month message saying just pop it in to say hi and hit the like button while Brandy's on lunch. TGIF. Oh my goodness, is it ever? Yes, it's been a long week, but we're good. We're very slowly catching up. Never to catch up, but we're slowly catching up. That's what happens when you skip breaks. All right, we are going to come back from lunch. Let me show you. I'm having some trouble with my little editor, and I think it has to do with, let's see if I can mute the video and not the audio. That's the track. Maybe, no. I'm trying to play some audio from this, and it's not working. I'm getting little clip. So the capability's there, but it's just not smooth. For some reason, it's cutting out. So I've got to figure out why it's cutting out, and then I'll get the audio brought in. But this software, the dialogue processor on the latest beta version of DaVinci Resolve is incredible. It took out all that noise. So we might run this on a couple other things and see whether it works. It's a brand new software. It just came out, 3 days ago. So I've got to figure out how to use it first. Before we do that, though, we've already welcomed everybody, and we just have to start. Let's just start with court already. Say enough of the shenanigans. We have a wee bit left. Let's see. How much is a wee bit? Oops. Helps if I don't do that. Where were we? Where were we? Day 5. There we go. Okay, we were just finishing watching The Fan, I believe. Make sure that's the last of The Fan. Skip. Oh, there we go. We were right there. Boom. Okay. All right. Now we're back. Reverend Beasy, thanks for gifting a membership. And it went to you. Perfect aim. Sandra says, I'll just stand, and you smack dab hit her with a membership. Take a seat, Sandra.
Thank you. All right. Sergeant Good, please.
I'm not sure who's breathing on the mic right now.
Sure,
I think
I'll
it's
mind
one
you're
of the
still
vents.
under oath.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, resuming with what has, excuse me, just been marked as Exhibit 41, that's the cruiser camera video from your cruiser 682 that you were driving that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with court permission, I'd like to publish some of that to the clerk.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start from the beginning through about 4 minutes and 30 seconds or so.
We're cruising here in the cruiser.
Ms. Gilman, can you pause it just 1 second?
Pause it, but just for 1 second.
Sergeant, if you could, as the video is playing along, if you could just alert the jury to the portion of the video where you observe yourself sort of pulling on to Fairview Road.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, when the sergeant does that, if you could just pause it at that time. Thank you.
This is getting complicated. Was Fairview the left, right, or was that right, left, left? It's a left. It's a left. Who is drumming their hands on the microphone? Literally drumming their fingers. That's just rude. Is somebody going to call him out on that?
All right, we're coming up to Fairview right now. That's Spring, and then next one up. That's Fairview right there on the right.
Pause it just then, Ms. Gilman. Sergeant, good, if I could take you back just to the right that you took just before that. What street what street are you on right now?
That's Chapman Street.
And was that Washington Street that you would turn to get onto Chapman?
Correct.
Can I ask you, when you're turning from Washington Street onto Chapman, are there any sort of businesses or sort of landmarks on your right or your left as you're making that turn?
So on the right-hand side, as you're turning onto Chapman, that's going to be Cassie's Corner Store. And on the left at the intersection is, it used to be called Temple Beth Abraham. I believe it's Temple Bin Bar something. I don't know the actual name, but.
So there's Temple on your left and Cassie's on your right?
Correct.
And so at this point in the video here is about when you're about to turn on to Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
Okay, that was the witness. big size. There's the engine. There's the ambulance. There's a cop car. Civilian car. Okay, so 4 vehicles. I'm going to turn this off so you can see what's happening here.
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it right there. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
It was right there.
So, sir, Sergeant, there's a pointer.
Oh, okay.
If I could, Sergeant, just ask you to, within this sort of still frame up here on the screen, do you recognize people that are depicted within this still frame of this video?
Yes.
And if, to whatever extent you do recognize people, if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to whom you recognize.
All right, that's going to be myself. Right there is going to be firefighter McLaughlin. That's going to be Miss Reed. And if you played it another second, I believe that's going to be Miss McCabe, or if not, Miss Roberts.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Ms. Gilman. The gentleman you see sort of behind you in the frame, Sergeant, do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's Officer Sarif.
My apologies, Ms. Gilman, you can run. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much.
Aziz, lights.
And so, Sergeant, you arrive on scene in that area. First of all, what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the weather conditions outside that day?
Yes.
And when you arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is it that you speak to first?
Initially, I walked up to Officer Sarif. I said probably some version of what's going on. Officer O'Keefe was already in the ambulance, and then I just began to try to talk to anybody and anybody.
And so the ambulance is still on scene when you arrive, is that correct?
Yes.
Officer O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point when you're speaking with Officer Sarif, does he direct your attention to where Officer O'Keefe was prior to being placed in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where did he direct your attention?
If you're looking at the house, it'd be left-hand side, slightly probably right in front of the flagpole.
And about how far off of the roadway would you estimate that was?
I would say 8 to 10 feet off the curb.
Speaking to other people without reference to necessarily what was said to you, following your conversation with Officer Sarif, who, if anyone, you speak to next?
I believe the first person I could really get a statement from was Miss McCabe.
And when you say first person you could really get a statement from, what do you mean by that?
It was a chaotic scene. People were just kind of walking in and out. And so Miss McCabe was the first one that was able to give me a good statement of how they ended up here.
Following your conversation with Miss McCabe, who, if anyone, do you speak to next?
Next was Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, when we speak about Miss Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti.
I'll just ask the record to reflect identification, identify the witness.
Okay.
Now, when you're on scene and you're speaking to these individuals, what, if any impact did the weather have as far as your ability to sort of hear things that weren't direct conversations you were involved with?
You couldn't hear. It was oddly eerily quiet, but the wind was so howling that I had a tough time actually hearing people. So you had to speak very loud or get next to each other.
And as far as your conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, did you ask her, and what, if any, response did she give?
So I walked Ms. Reed to the back of 682. She was obviously cold. Got her in the back of the car, put the heat on, asked her, how did she end up here? How did her boyfriend end up here? She says, I don't know.
Prior to placing her in the back of the cruiser, how would you describe her sort of demeanor outside?
Confused, hysterical, shock.
What, if anything, was she saying or asking in regard to Mr. O'Keefe prior to you putting her in the back of the cruiser?
She was yelling out, "Is he dead?"
And is that something she said once, more than once, or something?
Numerous times.
And about how loudly was she saying it?
Oh, she was yelling it.
And so once back in the cruiser, you asked her some questions after she said, "I don't know." What, if anything, else did you ask her then?
I asked her if she had driven there, and she said, "I think so." And then right after that, she said, "I don't remember." Because of her state, I decided to stop questioning there. She couldn't keep her train of thought.
Now, you had notified Detective Sergeant Blank and Lieutenant Gallagher prior to your going to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was it that either or both of them arrived?
Detective Sergeant Lang probably got there at about 6:20, 6:25. I immediately briefed him what we had, what was going on so far.
And about what time did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher probably came in right around 7 a.m.
Now, following your conversation with the defendant, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on?
Then I spoke to the other party, Miss Roberts.
And if you know, about how long a period of conversation are we talking about with respect to Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts?
Each interview?
Yes.
A couple minutes.
And why was it only a couple minutes?
It was a pretty quick statement. It seemed like they were only in the car for a very short amount of time.
Move to strike.
All right, so we'll strike after. It was a pretty quick statement. Next question.
Now, with regard to Lieutenant Ms. Reed, after you had that brief conversation with her at the back of your cruiser, where did you go from there? Where did she go from there?
I believe she, at some point, we let her back out outside of the car. We never closed the door on her because I stood in the door frame with my head in the back seat. She got out. She kind of just did her own thing, paced up and back between talking to either Miss Roberts or Miss McCabe, yelling out.
And at some point, did the ambulance and Miss Officer O'Keefe was in, did that leave the scene?
It did.
And following that, what, if anything, did you say or do with reference to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Once the Officer O'Keefe was transported, Ms. Reed just was not listening to any directions. We were trying to keep her in Miss Roberts' car to stay warm. She's going back and forth. I finally told Miss Roberts, we have everybody's information. She's not needed here anymore. Go home, get warm. We'll reach out if we have to.
And shortly after, and at that point, did Ms. Roberts take Ms. Reed?
She did.
And what, if anything, happened next on scene with regard to Ms. Reed?
It was moments later, I got a radio transmission from our officer at the working dispatch that Mr. Reed, her father, was on the phone with Miss Reed, and she was making suicidal threats to take her own life.
And based on that information that you received, what, if anything, did you do in regard to that?
Well, once our Officer Deva, who didn't even know that we had Miss Reed at the scene, she radioed to us to confirm that did we have a Karen party on scene. I said we did. She explained that her father was frantic on the phone, and Miss Reed was stating that she wanted to end her life, and he, in quotes, said he wanted her to be in protective custody. So at that time, I knew that we'd be able to get a hold of her because I had all their information. I believe I just called Miss Roberts' phone, told her to bring her back to the scene.
And about how long was it after you spoke to Miss Roberts that they returned to the scene?
They couldn't have gotten very far, especially in the road conditions.
And then based on those statements that were reported to you from the dispatch from the defendant's father, what, if anything, did you do with regard to Miss Reed?
I told Officer Mullaney, who was on scene, most of our patrolmen have, it's called the Section 12 paperwork inside of all of our cruisers, just for that reason. I advised him to fill out the proper paperwork, and we were going to section Miss Reed to the hospital for mental evaluation.
And what is a Section 12 from your perspective?
It's a tool for police officers when you come on scene with someone that's having either a mental breakdown, claiming that they want to hurt themselves, anything like that. We have the power as police officers to fill out the proper paperwork. We're not medical professionals. Let a doctor determine if she does need medical help. And if she doesn't want to go, or him, that paperwork allows us to actually physically put her on a stretcher and send her to the hospital. Once she gets to the hospital, it's up to the doctors there to do their due diligence, and if they deem that she's not mentally unstable, then she's released, but at least it's off of us.
Now, the time that Ms. Reed returns to the scene, the fire department, being the ambulance and the engine, have already left, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And then at some point, apparatus from the fire department come back in reference to the Section 12.
Correct. So I believe this group was from Station 2, which is the other fire station in the town of Canton. They arrived on scene.
And during that time in between, who arrives first, the fire department or Ms. Roberts with Ms. Reed?
Miss Roberts.
And during that time, after Ms. Roberts arrives with Ms. Reed and prior to the fire department arriving, what, if any, interaction did you have with Ms. Reed during that time?
None.
And then once the fire department returns on scene, what, if anything, do you direct them to with regard to Ms. Reed and with regard to the paperwork you had Officer Mullaney fill out? Officer
Mullaney and Officer Sarif, and looks like in the video, escort Ms. Reed to the ambulance, and she's safely transported to the hospital. Our officer back at dispatch called back Mr. Reed, advised her that his daughter was safe.
And then turning back to the scene, following Detective Sergeant Lang's arrival, where, if anywhere, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go on scene following that?
So when we were waiting for the fire truck to arrive, we noticed that the lights went on at 34 Fairview. We needed to obviously speak to the homeowners. I told Sergeant Lank at the time, I believe he was on the phone with CPAC for the state police. I said, the lights just went on the front door. Let's go speak to the homeowners. And we both walked in.
You actually physically walked into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to prior to you seeing sort of the house lights go on at 34 Fairview, had you seen anybody go into or out of that residence while you were there?
Yes. At some point, either myself or Sergeant Lank told Ms. McCabe that she needs to wake up the homeowners. We need to speak to them.
And why did you say that specifically to Ms. McCabe?
We have no idea why John O'Keefe is laying on a front lawn of a house. We have no idea. The statements from the three people, we need to figure out what happened that night.
And so I guess my question is more, why Ms. McCabe versus somebody else?
Ms. McCabe is the sister-in-law of the homeowner, so she would be a friendly face to knock at the door at 6 o'clock in the morning in a blizzard.
Now, beyond anybody at 34 Fairview Road, again, before you observe those lights go on in the residence, from the other houses sort of on the street up and down, who, if anyone, did you observe come out of any of those houses?
Nobody.
And was that something that continued throughout the time that you were on scene?
Correct.
So how long were you on scene for in total?
Looking at the log, we were there for almost exactly 2 hours.
And so during those 2 hours, no one from any of the houses on the street came outside?
No, I mean, every emergency truck that showed up at 6 o'clock in the morning during a blizzard, there's no other cars on the road, so you're not coming down with sirens blaring, waking up an entire street, a neighborhood. There's no need for it. So it was just lights and flashing, and to be honest with you, you couldn't see very far.
So you and Detective Sergeant Lang go into the home at 34 Fairview, and who, if anyone, did you speak to in there?
Mr. Albert, Mrs. Albert, Brian, and Nicole.
And who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you spoke with them?
When I was in there, I know Jen was in there, but we didn't speak to her because we already spoke to her, but we just spoke to Brian and Nicole right in the front room.
Now, you heard over the course of the 911 call from Ms. McCabe that she references At 34 Fairview is the Albert residence, correct?
Yes.
And did you know Brian Albert, or were you aware of who he was prior to going to the house that day?
I know of Brian Albert, yes.
And how did you know?
He's a brother of a coworker that I've worked with for 18 years.
And the co-worker that you worked with for 18 years, who's that?
Detective Albert.
What's his first name?
Kevin.
And had you ever been to that house before?
No.
You ever been inside that house before?
No.
And when you go inside that day, it's Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Ms. McCabe, is that correct?
Yes.
And during the time that you were in there, do you recall seeing, or who, if anyone else, do you recall seeing in there besides those three people, yourself and Detective Sergeant?
Nobody. Detective Lang took the lead on speaking to Brian and Nicole Albert, and I kind of just moseyed in the front of the house, looked in the dining room, and listened to what they said, what happened. They seemed like they were generally in shock that there was a
objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
What, if anything, did you observe about their demeanor when you spoke?
They looked like they just got woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
And as far as you indicating that you're sort of looking or poking around the front area near the front door, correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, of note did you observe inside the house when you did?
Nothing. Everything to be in order. It seemed like a normal house.
And following, if you know, about how long was that conversation in the house?
I would say 20, 25 minutes.
And following that conversation, where did you and Detective Sergeant Lang go?
At that time, we both left the residence, came outside, and at that time, Lieutenant Gallagher was arriving. We had like a little bit of a powwow, figured out what was going on, and I believe that's when we saw Jen McCabe's husband show up and walked in. And
again, you didn't know Jennifer McCabe prior to that day, correct?
No.
Did you know her husband prior to that day? So after you saw her husband, who you now know to be your husband, walk in, what, if anything, did you and Detective Sergeant Lang?
Sergeant Lang ran back inside to get a statement from Mr. McCabe as well.
Did you go with him as well?
I did not.
And after you have sort of the conversation between yourself, Detective Sergeant Lang, and Lieutenant Gallagher, what, if anything, did the three of you do from there?
Lieutenant Gallagher immediately said we need to seal off the area of where Officer Keith was located. We grabbed some crime scene tape, put around. He wanted to photograph the area as well.
And who, if anyone, grabbed the crime scene tape?
Myself.
And what, if anything, did you do with it?
I wrapped it around probably the flagpole, tree, and cruiser. It was hard to keep up just because the wind was blowing at such a good rate.
And then what, if anything, did you and the other officers do with respect to the area that was identified to you as where Mr. O'Keefe was on Officer Sarah's ride?
Lieutenant Gallagher noticed that the snow was coming down at such a good clip, we couldn't keep it clear, and he made the idea of anybody have a leaf blower, and I did. So I told him I'm not too far away from the house, so I shot back to my residence and grabbed my own.
And about how long a period of time was it between the time that you sort of left to go get the leaf blower and the time that you arrived back?
No more than 5-7 minutes.
And once you arrived back at back in the area of 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, happened then?
Thank you, Jennifer.
I started it up for Lieutenant Gallagher. He took it over, and it worked great.
Now, with respect
Just a standard
to
police issue leaf blower,
that sort of implementation of the leaf blower, what, if anything, did you or other officers do to sort of memorialize it?
So as Lieutenant Gallagher was using the piece of equipment, I used my iPhone, videotaped it, and took two still photos.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
did you bill the police department for the gas? This has been numbered already.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 33 up on the screen. Just the first one. screen? Okay. Sergeant Good, have you seen what's up on the screen as Exhibit 33 before?
Yes.
And what do you recognize as?
That's Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, does Lieutenant Gallagher have in his hand at the time in this particular case?
The leaf blower.
And what's depicted on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you memorialized on scene that day with respect to the leaf blower?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run just this one video.
Aside from the contaminated evidence issue, it did actually make the scene easier to photograph. Made the end result practically worthless, but easier to photograph. Now, with respect to using that leaf blower on scene, Sergeant, what, if anything, did you observe in the snow when that was used to blow away sort of the layer of the snow?
It exposed the blood and small drinking glass broken.
And do you see those items in what's frozen up on the screen right now?
I do.
If you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where you observe each of those items in this video.
So that's the glass right there. And then all the blood droplings.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that. Now, prior to using the leaf blower, what, if anything, did Lieutenant Gallagher instruct you and any other officers to do with regard to your cruisers that were parked on scene?
We needed to move them out of the way. He wanted to be able to get a good shot of the area, so we kind of closed off the road. And
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 41 back up again. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to fast forward on this to about 40 minutes and 30 seconds in. Good, pause it right there. Now, Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen, is that the point that you are referencing now as far as about to move your cruiser for that purpose?
This was early when we moved out of the way of the ambulance, I believe.
Fine.
Nope, could be right.
Regardless, you recognize this to be...
Yes, sorry, if you just play it forward, I'll know.
I'm sorry, can you...
Just play it forward, I guess.
What if we play it
Ms. Gilman,
backwards?
if you could, I'd like to play this through to about 41 minutes and 12 seconds or so. But if you could just pause it real quick, I'm sorry. Sergeant, at some point when you move this cruiser, what, if anything, you're able to see in this footage of the front lawn area of 34 Fairview?
So my cruiser camera pans the front yard of 34 Fairview, and it shows the snow undisturbed. No footprints, any tracks, anything like that leading anywhere.
And if you could just speak up when we get to that point, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it on that area.
This is the best quality video we've seen so far. Lots of people milling about. Just a little flurry of snow still. Occasional gusts. This does not look windy, though. I mean, well, I guess higher up in elevation it does. Probably street level, it's not so bad.
You could pause it right there. Now, the area that you were speaking about before, is this sort of the portion of the video?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer, if you could direct the jury's attention to the portion of the yard that you were talking about in indication of no footprints or anything that you observed in that snow.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run through for a couple more seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can stop. And Ms. Gilman, you can take it down.
Wow.
Now, Sergeant Good, you had
Defense
spoke
has
about
something
as well
about that.
some photographs that were taken to memorialize the area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think defense says something about the footsteps in the snow. I can. That was one side from the judge, huh? I think it was a double side. Count a single one.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
And another one.
8. That's if you, first, just if you recognize it.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is 34 Fairview.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 8 up on the screen. What's up on the screen, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on scene that day?
Yes.
If I could ask you to flip forward in that book before you to Exhibit number 10.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 10.
You digging?
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And similarly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a scene where our officers and the witnesses found Officer O'Keefe.
And if you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, direct the jury's attention to where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Objection, hearsay.
No, I'll allow that.
Go ahead, sir. Now, sir, if I could ask you to flip forward in that book just a little bit more to what's been marked as Exhibit 20A.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that exhibit on the screen as well. If you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 20A.
Yes, that's the curbing.
And as far as the curbing is concerned, how is it sort of cleared off in this particular area?
We had to kick it off with our shoe to clear it off so we could actually see it, make a mark of it.
And again, that area that you were directed to, as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was found, you observed that in this photograph of Exhibit 20A as well?
Yes.
You could, using the laser pointer before you, direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph that is. Okay. Your Honor, may I approach just to...
Yes.
Just to what? Finish your statements. Rosebud, thank you so much. Congratulations on the 10 months. That's amazing.
So lastly, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 27. Sergeant, do you recognize that?
I do.
Ms. Gilman, if we could have 27 on the screen. And Sergeant Good, what's up on the screen as, and before you as Exhibit 27? Sorry. What's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at in this.
So we have the blood, and then right here is the broken drinking glass that was located.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
May I approach just to retrieve?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Following your time on scene that morning, sir, where did you go from there?
Once we cleared 34 Fairview, I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And the items that you were talking about as far as the blood, what you believe to be blood droplets in the snow and the piece of a cocktail glass, what, if anything, did you or other officers do with regard to that?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Sergeant Lank transported those back to the police department.
Again, just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can't see me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations on the official 7 months.
Good afternoon,
Been longer.
Sergeant.
Afternoon.
Sir, you and I have never met, correct?
No.
We've never spoken.
No.
So this will be the first time I
Sergeant
whoop
Good,
you.
you grew up in Canton?
I did.
You attended Canton Public Schools?
I did.
You graduated from Canton High School?
I did.
That would have been in 1998?
Yes.
Is it true that in your graduating class was somebody named Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew Courtney Proctor?
Yes.
You knew her to be Michael Proctor's sister, correct?
Yes.
Also in your graduating class was somebody named Jill Daniels, correct?
Yes.
You knew her, or you now know her, to be Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
Christopher Albert is married to Jill Daniels' sister, correct?
Yes.
And you know Christopher Albert as Brian Albert's brother, correct?
Yes.
So it is fair to say that you graduated high school with Michael Proctor's sister and Christopher Albert's sister-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, growing up in Canton and, you know, working for 18 years as a Canton police officer, you're well familiar with the Albert family of Canton, correct?
I work with one of them.
You know that the Albert family is a well-known family in Canton, correct?
Sure.
The Albert family is well-connected to the town of Canton, correct?
I don't know what you mean by connected. They live in Canton. Yes.
All right, well, Christopher Albert is a Canton town selectman, is he not?
Yes.
And you've already established that Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you already testified that you knew Brian Albert as well, and you knew that he was a Boston police officer who lived in Canton, correct?
Yes.
In fact, he and his family lived at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that his family had been there for years. And before Brian Albert owned the house, his parents owned it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as of January 28th of 2022, who among the Albert family did you know either personally or professionally?
Professionally is Kevin Albert.
Okay, and what about personally?
I knew Chris.
And you know that Christopher Albert, in addition to being a town selectman, also owns a pizza place in Canton, correct?
Yes, he does.
What's the name of that pizza place?
That'd be D&E.
And have you eaten there before?
Yes.
You've seen Christopher Albert there before?
I have.
Now, on January 29th of 2022,
You learned at approximately 6 a.m. that John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
And as of January 29th of 2022, you knew that Brian Albert at that time, of course, was the brother of your fellow Canton police officer, Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you known Kevin Albert for?
As long as I worked at the Canton Police Department.
And that is approximately 18 years?
Coming up in 18 years, yes.
And is Kevin Albert older or younger than you, or around the same age?
He's older than me.
By how many years, if you know?
I don't. Probably
Approximately?
5 years?
Okay. Have you ever shared a patrol car with Kevin Albert?
No.
Have you ever worked on an investigation or a case with Kevin Albert?
I probably have, yeah.
In addition to being a colleague, would you also consider Kevin Albert to be a friend?
Yeah, we've socially hung out after work.
And because he is a fellow Canton police officer, you'd expect that he would have your back in a crisis, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'll let him have it.
I hope he would defend me while working. Yes, he's a police officer.
You would certainly protect him in a crisis, correct?
At work, when we're police officers, yes.
Sure. Well, even out of work, if he was in a crisis, you'd probably help, correct?
I don't know what you're asking.
Well, there is a teamwork that is part and parcel of being a police officer with your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
It's a dangerous job.
Sure.
You need to have each other's back.
Sure.
You need to depend on your fellow officers, correct?
Sure.
And it's been said there's a brotherhood among police officers, correct?
To a fact.
And, when you meet another police officer, he or she will tell you that they're, quote, on the job, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
And in terms of, depending on your fellow officers, you're taught all this beginning in the police academy, correct?
Objection.
No, he can have that.
What am I taught?
Well, I'm asking you. With regard to the teamwork and, having each other's backs and, working together and depending on each other, you're taught that starting in...
Sure.
And it's reinforced over the years by superior officers and your colleagues, correct?
Sure.
Now, you were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case, correct?
Assigned as the what?
You were assigned as the primary investigator in the reconstruction analysis for this case.
I don't know reconstruction analysis. No, I was the patrol supervisor that day.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think the attorney thought he was going to get a yes there, and he didn't. Reading the report, checking to see where that terminology came from. Your Uber's here, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show him the whole thing, directing to page 5. Where that line is.
He's going to refresh his recollection about being assigned as the reconstruction
now, I'm
analysis.
going to show you
officer.
what is, not sure how many pages, but there are quite a few.
Okay.
It's a...
Your Honor, if he could not describe what he's showing to the witness and
Yeah,
just
just
show
go
it to
ahead
him.
and show it to him.
Sure. I'm going to direct you, I'm taking up the first 4 pages and directing you just to the 5th page.
Okay.
And specifically the second paragraph, and it's numbered number 2.
Okay.
And I will ask you if you've seen that before.
Okay.
And I'll take it back from you.
Okay.
Give you, may,
Sure.
thank you. Do you recognize what this is?
Looks like some state police form.
Okay. Is it a,
Why don't you not ask him? He just answered what he thought it was.
are you familiar with a collision analysis and reconstruction section, a CARS report?
I know the state police has a CARS section that handles motor vehicle homicide.
Does this appear to be a CARS report?
I've never seen one. You just showed me one. I'm not in the state police.
Okay. But you did see that your name is listed in the paragraph that I pointed out to you?
Sure.
And you're listed as Sergeant Sean Good, that's you, correct? Mm-hmm. Of the Canton Police. And you were assigned as the primary investigator in this reconstruction.
Because I wrote the offense report from that day?
Well, I'm just asking you. I'm dealing with a state police report that lists you as the primary investigator with regard to the reconstruction.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Sustained. Sure, why don't you all come up for a minute? Bring that.
Come on up. Bring your own cups, guys. We're out of solo cups. Bring your cups to the sidebar. Some police form. The CARS report. There's media there on the back row. Family in front of them. Oh, interesting. This might not be a popular opinion, but what is the possibility that I'm trying to consider this because I'm not decided on this case. I have not decided in my own mind who was right and who was wrong, or who was guilty and who was not guilty, or not guilty in either way. What is the possibility that Karen Reed did hit him with her car, maybe even unknowingly, and that the state completely botched the investigation? And maybe even falsified information. I mean, there's so much weird stuff going on here. That's got to be a possibility as well.
Sergeant Good, what was your understanding on February 1st of 2022 regarding the Canton Police Department's role in this homicide investigation?
I believe at some point on the 29th, we recused ourselves and we weren't part of the investigation.
Oh, so you did know as of the day that John O'Keefe was found on Brian Albert's front lawn that the Canton Police had recused itself from the case, correct?
At some point I was notified after I finished all my paperwork, yeah.
And what was your understanding of the recusal decision in terms of what Canton Police was either allowed to do or not do?
Well, he had passed away, so now no matter what, it's state police investigation. It's a homicide. We do not investigate homicides.
Well, you've been a Canton police officer for 18 years, correct?
Yes.
During those 18 years, do you know how many homicide investigations have occurred in Canton?
None.
None?
Homicides? No. That I was involved in? None.
That the department was involved in?
I can't think off the top of my head, no.
So in the 18 years, this is the first homicide that your department's been involved in, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that although the state police have primary jurisdiction, they work hand in hand with local departments, usually, unless there's a conflict of interest?
Yes.
So in this case, you learned that there was a conflict of interest. And my question to you is, what did that mean in terms of your potential involvement in the investigation once that conflict was determined?
Action, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Compound question.
Were you the primary investigator for the Canton Police Department as of February 1st?
No.
Did you participate with the state police in any part of the reconstruction?
No.
Now, Sergeant Good, who is Brian Higgins?
He is a ATF agent that has a satellite office out of the Canton Police Department.
And when did you come to meet him?
I have no idea when he started. It's been years.
Years, over a decade?
I don't think so, but maybe.
Between 5 and 10 years?
Sure.
And how often would you see him at the Canton Police Station?
I worked midnights, so during that time, but I mean, 3 times a week I would see him. I mean, we don't have the same work schedule. I don't know when he works. He doesn't know when I do.
Okay. And when you say you work midnights, that means you come in at midnight?
Yes.
At 8 a.m.?
Correct.
And he works in the same building as you in terms of the fact that he has an office there, correct?
Yes.
Are there any other ATF agents that have offices at the Canton?
There could be. They don't check in with us.
Do you know of any ATF agents that have offices at the Canton Police Department?
Not that I know of, no.
What about officers from other local departments, surrounding towns? Do they have any offices at the Canton Police Department?
No.
And you're not sure exactly how long he's had that office for, but it's been years.
Correct.
He has his own key card to enter the building?
Yes.
And you say you've seen him 2 or 3 times a week in the time that he's had an office there?
Sure.
You're aware that Brian Higgins is a close friend of the former Canton Police Chief, Kenneth Berkowitz?
Sure.
You know that Chief Berkowitz was the reason that he was allowed to maintain an office at the Canton Police Department?
I didn't know that.
Well, his close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022, correct?
His close friend?
Yeah. Brian Higgins' close friend, Chief Berkowitz, was your boss on January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
And does okay mean yes?
Yes.
And you worked the midnight shift that day as well?
No.
What was your shift?
I took it off.
Were you assigned to dispatch that day?
The night of the incident?
Yes.
No, I stayed inside. I was inside.
Inside where?
The dispatch. I handle all the calls, send the guys everywhere.
All right, that was my question. I'm sorry if I'm not being clear, but you were on duty, correct?
Yes.
What was your shift?
My shift was I stayed inside.
I'm sorry, what was the timing of your shift?
12 to 8.
Thank you. And when you say you stayed inside, that meant you were handling dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And when you're handling dispatch, you're not expected to leave the station and physically respond to calls that come in, correct?
It depends on the call. Anything within reason that a supervisor should go, I'm leaving the station.
Okay, but
normal car accidents, stuff like that patrol can handle, no.
Okay, so unless it's something unusual, you're going to stay at dispatch, correct?
Correct.
And just after 1:30 a.m. while you were working dispatch, that's when you saw Brian Higgins enter the Canton Police Station at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
Did he come into the dispatch area?
I said that earlier. I don't remember him coming in, or just did I see him on the cameras walking down the hallway. We have numerous, I think we have 7 or 8 monitors in front of me that I'm able to watch people around our building.
So it could be that you just saw him on a screen, or it could be that he was in your room.
Correct.
But you don't remember which, correct?
Correct.
And before he showed up there at 1:30, you hadn't called him to ask him to come in, correct?
No.
You hadn't asked him for any help with any investigation at 1:30, correct?
No.
When you first saw him there at 1:30, did you have any idea why he was showing up there?
No.
And when you first saw him, do you remember what entrance he used to come into the Canton Police Station?
I don't. It was from the back parking lot. I don't know if he was on the left back rear or right back rear.
And you would agree with me that 1:30 in the morning was hours before John O'Keefe was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You had no information at 1:30 in the morning that John O'Keefe was out on Brian Albert's front lawn at that time, correct?
Correct.
And when Brian Higgins entered the department, that was the first time you had seen him on either the 28th or the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And this is again at 1:30 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you have to say yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. You didn't know where he was coming from?
No.
You didn't know what he had done that night?
Absolutely not.
You didn't know who he had been with that night?
No.
This was a Friday night into early Saturday morning with a major blizzard forecast.
Correct.
It already started snowing.
Yes.
It was supposed to get worse.
Yes.
Was it unusual to see Brian Higgins come into the station at 1:30 a.m. on a weekend?
No.
And you don't recall how close you got to him?
No.
Are you able to tell this jury anything about his demeanor?
No. He just walked in. It's not unusual. We wouldn't have made pleasantries or say hello to each other. It's not uncommon.
And you don't recall whether or not you got close enough to him to smell his breath or to smell what he smelled like, correct?
No.
At any point, did he tell you why he was there?
No.
How long did he remain at the station for?
No idea. I only saw him come in, never saw him leave or anything like that.
Did you ever see him do any paperwork at the station?
That night?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever see him do any administrative work at the station?
I can't leave the dispatch room. His office is out on the second floor.
All right. So let's skip ahead a few hours later. You're still working dispatch when a call came in that a man was found unresponsive on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
Yes.
This is just after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
You yourself took that call?
I did.
And with regard to who is responsible for entering the information that came in on a call to dispatch, who is that?
The person that's working the desk.
All right. So at 6 a.m., you were responsible for taking down the information and entering it into your system, correct?
It's being recorded through the 911 dispatch, correct. But I didn't enter it into our IMC program, which is our daily log.
Okay. Who enters that into your daily log?
That'd be the person that's working the desk.
And you had previously testified that location is important, correct?
Correct.
You would discuss the fact that if a call comes in on a cell phone as opposed to a landline, you want to know where that cell phone is, correct?
Yes.
And you have ways of pinging the cell phone such that you can actually see the location on a map, correct?
Sure, yes.
And you would agree with me that ultimately when the location was entered into your system, the location was entered as 32 Fairview, correct?
No, it was 34. At least we put it out as 34.
34 was the actual address, but 32 is what made it into the police report, sir, did it not?
No, my police report says 34 Fairview.
How could he not know this at this point?
I don't have access. Initial page that says 32.
Do you have the page that says 32? We'll come back to that.
Now, when that call came in after 6 a.m., you decided that you would personally go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So what-
I actually have the front page of your police report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Possible reason for having the numbers
Show Mr.
wrong in the
Lally.
report would be so it doesn't come up when you search for calls at that address. Like history of things that happened at this address.
Thank you.
I'd ask you to read that silently to yourself, take a good look at it, and look up at me when you're done.
There it is. 32.
You've had enough time to review it?
Yes.
Getting back to the location, which you said was important, what is the location listed in your very police report?
On the face sheet, it says 32, but in my narrative is 34.
Okay. The face sheet is important, is it not?
Yes.
people see the face sheet before they get to the narrative, correct?
Sure.
Is accuracy important?
Yes.
And the very first thing that's entered with regard to the location is inaccurate, right?
Say it again.
The very first entry with regard to the location on your police report on the face sheet is inaccurate. Would you agree with that?
I guess so, yes.
And with regard to the name down the bottom of that report, I left the report in front of you so you could look at it again. Would you read that silently to yourself and look up at me?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to what name is listed?
Yes.
What name is that?
John O'Keefe?
No. If I can have that back for a minute. Okay. Now, you decided that you wanted to go to the call, or you decided it would be a good thing for you to go to the call personally, correct?
Yes.
So you called Officer Kelly Deaver into dispatch?
I did.
And you did that because you wanted her to cover the desk for you so that you could personally respond to the call, correct?
Correct.
Responding to the call wasn't your duty assignment, but you made it your duty assignment, correct?
Correct.
And if you were going to leave, somebody had to cover.
Correct.
After that, you personally called two of your other colleagues who were not on duty that night to respond with you to Brian Albert's house, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you previously testified, I believe, that Sergeant Michael Lank was one of those officers, and he arrived at 6:25 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher was the other officer, and he arrived closer to 7 a.m., correct?
Yes.
When you responded to 34 Fairview on January 29th, did you know that residence?
Yes.
And what did you know that residence to be?
I knew that to be Brian Albert's house.
You and Sergeant Lank had both been to that residence before, correct?
No.
Together?
Actually, we have. We were there for a police report years ago.
Okay. And so when you decided to respond to the scene on January 29th, that residence of 34 Fairview, you knew exactly where you were going.
Yes.
And when you got there, you knew you were outside the home of Boston Officer Brian Albert, correct?
Yes.
And this was a memorable event. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Before January 29th of 2022, you had never responded to a call where the body of one police officer was found on the front lawn of another police officer's house, correct?
Yes.
And at some point after you arrived, you saw both Sergeant Lank and Detective Gallagher arrive, correct?
Yes.
It was Sergeant Lank who first entered the home and made initial contact with Brian Albert and his family?
No, I was right next to him.
So is it your testimony that the first time the police went in the house, you were there with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
All right. And when you went in, can I have Exhibit 8 on the screen, please?
Yeah, it is. I'm curious why he called two more officers who were off duty to come with him over there.
Terrific.
I'm fine with him going.
Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Is that a fair depiction of what the house looked like when you entered it?
Yes.
Did you see the front door?
Yes.
Is that the door that you entered?
Yes.
And you had testified that you looked around the immediate area where you were while Sergeant Lank was asking questions. You noticed that when you entered that front door, you come into a foyer area, and directly in front of you on the left, you can almost reach out and touch. There's a door that goes down to the cellar, is there not?
I don't know. I don't remember a door there. I remember the stairs going up to the second floor.
I see. So you don't remember that as you step into the house, you can go down a cellar door right away?
Objection.
No, I don't know where his cellar is.
The objection sustained.
You don't know where the cellar is, and that's in part because you did not go down to the cellar, correct?
Correct.
You never examined it?
No.
You never saw what condition it was in?
No.
Saw whether there was any signs of struggle down there?
No.
You never saw if anything was tipped over?
No.
You never saw whether there was any blood or other trace evidence down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. You've made your point. Can we turn the lights back on, please? Do you need this, Ms. Giannetti?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now going back to when you first arrived, Sergeant, you were alone in your cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You weren't driving with a partner that morning?
No.
You were the second officer on scene?
No. Third.
Who got there before you did?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mullaney.
Okay, so Mullaney actually beat you there?
Yes.
But only within a matter of minutes, correct?
Sure.
You arrived in your marked cruiser, correct?
Yes.
You had your overhead emergency lights on, correct?
Correct.
You pulled up right in the front of the house, facing in the wrong direction in terms of the lane that you were in?
Correct.
You were parked on Fairview, adjacent to the Albert residence, and you were facing towards Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
When you parked, you left your motor running, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out of your cruiser, one prominent sound that you heard was Karen Reed screaming at the top of her lungs, correct?
Yes.
She appeared to be in distress.
Correct.
She appeared to be crying.
I did not see her crying.
She was hysterical.
Yes.
She was very loud.
Yes.
And you could hear her yelling throughout that morning, could you not?
Correct.
After you got there, other emergency vehicles showed up?
No.
Did you see any other cruisers show up?
If you want to call it an unmarked detective pickup truck, a cruiser, sure.
Okay, so there was one additional police vehicle that showed up?
Sergeant Lang arrived in that, and then Lieutenant Paul Gallagher arrived in his unmarked cruiser.
Okay, so two additional vehicles. And also Officer Saraf's vehicle was there?
And Mullaney's, correct.
And Mullaney's. So we're now up to 4 police vehicles on scene?
Yes.
They all have their lights on?
No. Detective Sergeant Lanks does not have any lights in it, and neither did Paul Gallagher's lights were not activated, I believe.
I see. So you and Saraf and Mullaney had your lights on?
Correct.
And I actually miscounted. That would be 5 police vehicles, correct?
Sure.
All right. 3 with their lights on. What about ambulances?
There were 2 ambulances that showed up, one for the first transport of Officer O'Keefe and second for Miss Reed, but they were never there at the same time.
All right. When you first got there, was the first ambulance there?
It was.
And that ambulance also had its lights on?
Yes.
How many fire trucks were there when you were there?
Just one.
And that also had its lights on as well?
Correct.
And engine running?
Yes.
And everyone was essentially parked around and in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And all the while, the first responders are talking over the noise of the storm, correct?
Yes.
And they're also talking over the screaming by Karen Reed, correct?
Sure.
At one point, Kerry Roberts even yelled at Karen, and I apologize for the language, but she yelled at her to shut the fuck up, correct?
I have no idea. I don't recall that.
The scene was very chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Could I have Exhibit 16 on the screen, please? Oh, yes, of course. I'm sorry. Okay. Now, this has previously been admitted as sort of a side-to-side comparison between your cruiser dash cam and Officer Saraf's dash cam.
Okay.
And they've been synchronized.
Okay.
If we could start at 9 minutes in, please.
So, Ms. Giannetti, this is not yet in evidence.
I had it as Exhibit 16, am I
Right.
correct?
Right. So it's not in yet.
I see.
So we can't show it.
With regard to your dash cam, sir, do you recognize the bottom video here as depicting your view as you were driving to the scene?
Sure.
And that appears to be a fair and accurate representation of what was shown to you on direct examination with regard to your dash cam?
Yes.
You can continue.
So this is not in evidence, but we're just showing the jury. I will say Officer Good has a better quality camera than everybody else, or better quality windshield wipers.
Okay, we can pause it there. Would you agree with me, Sergeant Good, that you're arriving on scene at approximately 6:16 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes.
And I'd ask you to review and compare your dash cam video with the top dash cam video for the next 30 seconds or a minute, please. And I'll ask you some questions after that.
Sure.
You can pause it. Sergeant Good, does it appear as though the top dash cam shows the exact same thing as the bottom dash cam, just from a different vantage point?
Yes.
Can you play it for another 20, 30 seconds?
Don't want to cover up anything that happens there in that bottom corner in case that's pertinent. Why does the top dash cam have like IMAX widescreen mode set, and the bottom one just sort of?
Pause it there. Were you able to see when people are moving, or when somebody's moving in the top version, they're also moving in the bottom version, just again from different vantage points?
Yes.
So do these both appear to be fair and accurate representations of the dash cams that were going on at that time?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just 1 second on this.
Sidebar, bring your cups, bring your solo cups. Red solo cup. This has not been admitted into evidence. I think the judge didn't like this piece of evidence, honestly. She doesn't like it because they took two pieces of evidence and merged them together and said this is one. Whereas you've got one officer who can testify to this is what my dash cam was, and you've got the other officer who can say this is what my dash cam was. But instead, defense introduces this as this is the overall picture, time synced together into one great presentation. Judge not a big fan of that. That's what prompted her to say, I need you all to show me all your videos. I want to see everything you're going to bring in. I don't want more of this type of thing coming in without knowing about it ahead of time. So, is it coming in?
So this will now become Exhibit 16.
It was before, but now it's officially
We
Exhibit
had it
16.
as a placeholder from before. It was 379, and on Friday, we said that it would stay as 16, assuming it was put in evidence. That's what you have, Tori and Jim? Great.
Tori and Jim. And I don't know who that guy is, but he has to bring his own table.
Okay, we can take that off the screen.
And turn the lights up.
Thank you.
Bailiffs on it.
Now, Sergeant Good, you've testified that you got there at about 6:16 a.m. and relying on Exhibit 16 that I placed before you, correct?
6:02.
Okay, yes.
You stayed on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You left maybe around 7:50 a.m. or so?
Correct.
And during the beginning part of the 1 hour and 40 minutes that you were on scene, with all the vehicles that we've just seen at around 6:16 a.m. and for the first 10, 15 minutes with all those lights flashing, you never saw Brian Albert come out of his house, correct?
Correct.
And did you see first responders working on John O'Keefe when you were there?
No.
He had already been loaded into the ambulance at that time?
Correct.
So you didn't see him actually being scooped up and put on a stretcher, correct?
I don't recall, no. He was in...
And with regard to the remainder of the time that you were on scene, up until all the way through 7:50 in the morning, did you ever see Brian Albert come out of his home?
No.
Did you ever see anyone come out of the Albert residence?
Other than Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, no.
Were you aware when you entered the Albert residence that morning that John O'Keefe was found on his front lawn wearing only one shoe, black in color?
I was not aware of him missing a shoe, no.
While you were there, you were listening to the questions that Sergeant Lank was asking Brian Albert?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert that morning if he knew where the other shoe was that was black in color?
Objection.
Sustained.
While you were there, did you ever hear Sergeant Lank ask Brian Albert when he learned that John O'Keefe was lying on his front lawn?
Objection.
Sustained.
You knew that Brian Albert, as a Boston police officer, is a first responder, correct?
Yes.
All police officers are first responders, correct?
Yes.
You know from your training that all police officers have to receive CPR and other necessary training to be first responders, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, did you ask Brian Albert why he didn't come out of his house?
No.
Did Sergeant Lank, in your presence, ask him why he didn't come out of his house?
Objection.
Sustained.
Those are hearsay. You know you can't get those in.
After clearing the scene at 7:50 in the morning, did you go back to the station?
I did.
Do you know whether or not Kevin Albert was working that day?
I don't.
Did you see Kevin Albert that day?
I don't recall seeing him.
Actually, is Kevin Albert.
Did you speak with Kevin Albert that day?
Sorry.
No.
That was my fault.
Now, since that day, it's been almost 2.5 years. You've continued working on the same police force as Kevin Albert, correct?
Yes.
At some point in time, you and Kevin Albert discussed the fact that you were one of the first responding officers to his brother's home for this tragic incident, correct?
Yes.
It's a very unique situation, correct?
Yes.
Many officers under the department were interested to know what you saw and heard that day, correct?
Sure.
At what point in time after January 29th did Kevin Albert broach the topic with you as to what had happened on January 29th?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. I don't recall ever immediately talking to Kevin Albert about the incident, no.
Right. Well, you had said that you don't recall talking to him that day, but certainly within a couple of weeks, the two of you caught up, correct?
I can't remember, no.
I'm sorry?
I can't recall that, no.
Within a couple of months, you talked about it?
Sure.
And when you say sure, sir, I take that as you're saying, well, if you really want to go there, I'll give you the sure answer. You have to answer yes or no.
Okay, yes.
So you answer yes or no if you can, and if you can't, you can't. So
Right.
ask the question again or just move on, please.
Okay. Do you recall where you were when you and Kevin Albert discussed what had happened on January 29th?
No.
Do you recall who else was present?
No.
Do you recall whether it was in person or over the phone?
I don't recall, no.
You certainly told him what you observed and heard that day, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you arrived, you were on scene not only to assist with, first aid and secure the scene, but as a first responder, your job is to assess the situation and also make an initial determination about gathering evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So you'd be on the lookout for any physical evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you'd certainly be on high alert for any individual who made any statement about what may have occurred, correct?
Correct.
That's important not only for treatment purposes of somebody who apparently is hurt, but also for investigative purposes, correct?
Correct.
And again, you were the third officer on the scene by minutes in terms of the other two officers arriving before you, correct?
Yes.
And while you were on scene for over an hour and 40 minutes, and by the way, when I say on scene, it's clear to you that I'm asking you about 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
There was no scene at the Canton Police Department, correct?
No, I'm talking about 34 Fairview.
Of course. A scene is where something happened, correct?
Yes.
While you were on scene at 34 Fairview for an hour and 40 minutes, did you ever once hear Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I did not.
And you wrote a report regarding this, correct?
I did.
You are trained over your 18 years that you include every important detail in that report, correct?
Correct.
Certainly a statement by Karen Reed screaming out, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, would have been an important detail that you would have included in your report, correct?
Yes.
You do not intentionally omit, I should say, any important details from your report, correct?
Correct.
You did not include that language, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, in your report, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't include it is that you never heard those words come out of Karen Reed's mouth, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now getting back to potential physical evidence, if you're at a potential crime scene, you want to find what you can, correct?
Correct.
You want to properly secure any physical evidence, right?
Correct.
In order to assist the investigation, you're prepared to conduct a thorough search for evidence that may shed light on what had happened, correct?
Correct.
And you did participate in a thorough search in this case, did you not?
The best we could in the elements that we were dealing with, yes.
You had previously, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off if I did. You had previously testified, and I think I'm quoting you, the leaf blower worked great, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that with that leaf blower, your department was able to actually get down to the bare ground, correct?
Yes.
And you were directed to the precise area where John O'Keefe had been laying, correct?
Yes.
And so you knew the area that needed to be searched, correct?
Yes.
You certainly want to properly search around that area, correct?
Correct.
And after John O'Keefe was in the ambulance and then transported to the hospital, that was the very area that you were eyeballing, correct?
Yes.
And you visually searched that area as best you could in the conditions, correct?
Yes.
And you tried to be as careful as you could be.
Yes.
You did not want to miss anything.
Correct.
You took your job very seriously.
Yes.
In addition to scouring the area with your eyes, did you use your hands to search in the snow?
I don't remember doing that. I was recording it.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember it that way. I was recording the scene.
I see. Okay. Did you see other officers using their hands to search the scene?
I don't recall it that.
Do you recall officers using their feet to clear some areas?
Yes.
And you were the one that actually got your leaf blower, correct?
I did.
First time you ever used that in an investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
And your search was thorough enough, and when I say your search, I mean your department search in addition to your observations. It was thorough enough that you actually did recover small droplets of blood, correct?
We did.
Who was it that collected those blood droplets?
That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Lang.
In addition to the blood droplets, you were looking for anything else that might be out of place there?
Sure.
Small items?
Of course.
Large items?
Anything.
And as you were on scene, it was starting to get lighter as the morning progressed, correct?
Yes.
And again, you didn't clear the scene until almost 8 a.m.
Correct.
And you searched and were keeping alert to what was around you for the time that you were on scene, correct?
Yes.
During that that 1 hour, I should say, and 40 minutes, you did not find 45 pieces of red and black and clear taillight pieces at 34th Fairview, correct?
No.
How many pieces of taillight did you find on or around that property?
That morning, none.
Did you find a men's hat, black in color?
No.
Did you find a size 12 men's shoe, black in color?
No.
Now, you would agree that it's important to preserve and secure a crime scene?
Yes.
Why is that?
You don't want the crime scene to be contaminated.
And you also do not want, and you'd like to prevent a crime scene from also being manipulated. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And what steps were taken, either by you or in your presence, to close off and secure the crime scene at 34th Fairview?
We had crime scene tape up while we were there, and then we also had Officer Mulaney on the road.
And when you say you had Officer Mulaney on the road, you mean blocking off the road?
Correct.
Are you aware of something called a crime scene log?
No.
You recall being trained in the academy that when there is a crime scene that needs to be preserved, it is advisable to set up a log so that all personnel are required to sign in and sign out. Again, to prevent contamination and to prevent manipulation. Do you not recall that training?
I don't recall that, no.
With regard to the fact that it was actively snowing at the time, did you consider putting a tent around the area to prevent and minimize the environmental intrusions like the snow?
It would have been useless.
Did you utilize any heaters to assist in melting the snow in that area?
No.
And before you cleared the scene, or I should say when you cleared the scene, did you post an officer to guard the scene so that nobody could get in or out?
No.
How long was the road closed off for?
While we were there, so those 2 hours.
All right. And then after the 2 hours, there was nobody guarding the scene. Would you agree?
Yes, correct.
The road was not closed off.
No.
That crime scene was open to the public.
Correct.
So with regard to, a crime scene log, a tent, heaters, keeping an officer there to make sure nobody got in or out of that crime scene, you would agree none of those protocols were followed, correct?
I don't believe there is a protocol for a tent in our policy.
Okay. So I guess leave the tent out of it. None of those other protocols were followed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly a tent was not put up either.
No.
Correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to your police report, going back to that, your report clearly listed persons involved in the case, correct?
Correct.
And that police report is generated by computer software, correct? That's particular to police reports?
Correct.
And that's one of the categories that you can fill in, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree with me that with regard to all of the persons involved listed in your police report, everybody's first name and last name was completely spelled out except for one? Would you agree with that?
I don't. I believe those names were entered by Detective Sergeant Lang.
Okay, but certainly the report has your name on it, correct?
Correct.
So you would review the report before submitting it in your name, correct?
Correct.
So regardless of who entered or didn't enter, my question remains, which is that with regard to the persons involved listed in that report, everybody's name, first and last, is spelled out except for one, correct?
Correct.
Whose name was not spelled out completely?
I don't know.
May I approach?
Okay.
Page 2, Counsel.
He's going to make you say
Look at
it.
it silently, and then look up at me when you're done.
He's going to make you say it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to whose name was not completely spelled out?
Correct.
Who was that?
Brian Albert.
Did you omit Brian Albert's first name to mask the fact that he was involved?
No. No.
Do you know who Colin Albert is?
I know that he is Chris Albert's son.
And so therefore he'd be Brian Albert's nephew?
Yes.
Anywhere in your report, do you mention that Colin Albert was present at 34 Fairview the night of January 28th going into January 29th?
No.
Now, would you agree with me that this report also lists home addresses for everyone in the persons involved section except for one person?
Can I see the sheet again, please? Thank you.
This is the same, if I may approach.
Yes.
This is the same sheet that I sent you last time.
Thank you.
And take your time with it, sir. Okay. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
What am I talking about?
Brian Higgins.
Okay. So with regard to Brian Higgins, his home address was not listed on there, correct?
Correct.
And what address was listed for Brian Higgins?
1492 Washington Street.
And what is significant
Police
about
station.
that address?
It's the town of Canton.
It's the Town of Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Whoa.
Now, Brian Higgins was not an involved person because he was an investigator on the case, correct?
Correct.
He was not involved in this case in an official capacity, correct?
Correct.
You were, right?
Yes.
So listing the Canton Police Department as Sergeant Sean Good's address would be appropriate. Would you agree?
Yes.
Why was Brian Higgins' address listed as the Canton Police Department?
I don't know.
But that is something that you kept in your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I also want to ask you something else about your police report. And I want to focus on whether it was altered after it was first submitted, okay? If I can,
Hold on, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have a copy for him, Mr. Yannetti?
I do.
Yes, sure, go ahead. No, that's okay.
I've placed a document before you. Feel free to familiarize yourself with it, and please look up at me when you're done.
He's a quick reader.
Good.
Does that appear to be your police report, sir?
Yes.
He knows that already.
And with the court's permission, I'd actually like the officer to have the report in front of him when I ask him these questions.
Okay, but nothing's going up on the screen, right?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so approach before it does.
I will, I promise.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm directing your attention to the first page.
Okay.
You will agree with me that this report is submitted with regard to incident number 22-87-OF?
Correct.
And this is call number 22-449, correct?
Correct.
The date and time reported is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 06:08, correct?
Correct.
Which would be in military time 6:08 a.m.
Correct.
The report date and time is listed as January 29th of 2022.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we come to sidebar now? And
Bring it. Judge asks for that copy. She wants to look at the report while they discuss it. Everyone bring your mugs. Get your refills now. Losing party has to take shots. No, I don't know. I don't know how she runs her sidebar. Every judge does it differently. But lots of sidebars. This one might take just a minute to go over. It's clear that the defense, I think, wants to bring this police report, which normally is hearsay, in as evidence and show it to the jury. But we'll see if they get to do that. What are your thoughts on this witness so far? My concern is that there seem to be at many points, at least the defense is doing a good job of pointing out things where things happened in this incident, in this investigation, that were not normal, that were not standard, that aren't, that's not what you're trained to do in police academy, with leaf blowers and solo cups and bags and handling the evidence and, possible chain of custody issues, contamination issues. It doesn't, the report's left out. There are lots of errors. Why were these not fixed? Okay, as they move down the line, why did they not amend their report and say, I'm going back, I've noticed this error, we've corrected that? Why are certain people's names not included? Why is the address not included correctly in the report? We haven't seen this in other cases. There's one or two areas where there's a mistake, and it's usually a human error. But there seem to be a lot of mistakes in this one. And they all tend to be in the same type of area, or to further the same possible scenario. Don't expect CSI level investigation, says DCS oversight. That's what we heard from the judge in the Kelly trial. I'm not convinced it's a cover-up. I'm not. Teresa, I realize a lot of people might be frustrated at me with this, but we're obviously very early into this trial. And something happened. And Karen, from what I've heard, dropped him off there. And so just like there's a possibility people in the house might be involved, I think I have to still consider that Karen is still involved to some extent. I don't know. I don't understand what happened. I want to hear more about that cup that he was holding, or the cocktail glass or something like that, or that he was with or seen with. There's got to be some testimony somewhere about him having that. Or maybe it's got like the logo of the bar he was at or something. I don't know. Oh, I don't even know if they test that evidence. There's no way this withstands chain of custody scrutiny or contamination scrutiny. It's like the neighbor wasn't using his beer pong kit, so we used it to collect evidence, and then we stuck it in the liquor bag and ran it down to the police station and pulled it out down by the suspect vehicle, right next to the taillight. It's okay. We wore gloves. So we wore gloves, so we didn't get any on us. Man. It's no cover-up, just very sloppy police work. I don't know, where was the hat? Wasn't the hat found at some point? You would think if the hat was found later, like after the snow melted, or the shoe was found later after the snow melted, that would go to further the state's story, saying, well, this is why we didn't find the bits of glass and the tail light, because there was so much snow. That's also why we didn't find the shoe and the hat. We just didn't use the leaf blower in the right area. We wore gloves. They were winter gloves, but we wore gloves. It's because it was freezing outside. We're going to end for the day
now. Okay, so the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning's a half day.
Sure, if you would fold and close your notebooks, leaving them on the chair, taking all your belongings, follow me, all rise.
Goodbye.
Wow. They just hung up on us. No, just kidding. They're still here. But they said goodbye. Okay, so we're gonna fast forward, see if there's any more business conducted out of the presence of the jury. He's whispering almost directly in the path of that mic. It's being picked up. Very intense whispering.
Be seated.
All right, so someone needs to get Sergeant Lank for you. Okay, so the voir dire, I thought that we would have finished this earlier and I'd be able to give you more time, but I suggested 10, 15 minutes. Mr. Jackson tells me that's fine for him.
That's fine.
And the Commonwealth as well. So what I'd like to do is 10 minutes would be great from each of you, and then I'll hear argument because it means now I'm keeping the staff longer than necessary. So, all right.
Okay, so
is he here?
Whose witness is it? Get your witness.
He is. They were getting him.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, I thought we were going to have like half an hour from one witness, half an hour from another. We've only had 2 witnesses today, right? Is that whole back row defense? And the prosecution's the whole front row? And I guess the view never changes if you ain't the lead dog.
I'm just going to run into them.
All right, please.
The judge is going to step off just for a second. So we're going to wait. We'll watch the circular fan. Okay, so we've got... take us to tomorrow. Tomorrow's a half day. We've got to watch more. We might do that. We've got time today to do that. Let's see. So now we're going to have Sergeant Lank in a voir dire proffer outside the presence of the jury. I think we've got a storm coming. Just popped up in my area. But okay, so I'm going to put this down as witness 15, proffer And it's going to be Sergeant Michael Lank. Okay. Canton PD. He's the one that conducted the interviews. And this is just going to be for Vordaer. Okay, here we go.
Please watch your step to the stand, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Thank you. Mayor, Your Honor.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us late in the afternoon, Sergeant Lank. I'm going to direct your attention to your relationship with the Albert family and some of the members of the Albert family. Do you know who
Let's start with
Tim
that.
Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Chris Albert is?
Yes.
Do you know who Brian Albert?
Interrupt, I just need your name for the...
I'm so sorry. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
Michael, common spelling?
Yes,
Thank you.
I'll start over.
Sure.
Do you know who Tim Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Chris Albert is?
I do.
And do you know who Brian Albert is?
I do.
How do you know Tim Albert?
I know Tim Albert to be one of the younger brothers of the Albert family
How long have you known Tim?
since childhood.
What about Chris Albert?
Yes, I know Chris
How long have you known Chris?
since childhood.
And how would you describe your relationship with Chris Albert?
Chris and I were pretty good friends growing up, right into our 20s. Still friendly when I see him.
Still socialize with him?
No.
When did you last socialize with Chris Albert?
I couldn't tell you the last time I personally socialized with him. I've seen him at events, but Chris and I don't make arrangements to go out together.
What about Brian Albert?
No.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Civil,
Friendly?
exchange pleasantries when I see him. Hello.
But you're closer to Chris.
Yes.
Have you ever described yourself as being a longtime, quote unquote, drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Would you describe yourself previously, in years past, as being a drinking buddy with Chris?
No.
Have you ever gone out for drinks with Chris?
Not in years.
Ever?
Yes.
So you've socialized with him in circumstances in which y'all are drinking and imbibing?
It's been many years, but yes.
Your relationship with Chris certainly goes all the way back to 2002.
Again, we were friendlier back then, yes.
Right. Back in 2002 in August, while you were off duty, were you out either drinking with Chris or in some way at a restaurant or a bar with Chris?
No.
Were you close in proximity to Chris when he was out drinking and at a bar?
No.
Was he at a restaurant?
I don't know where he was.
Were you at a bar?
I was.
At some point, did you realize that Chris was getting into some sort of a physical altercation with somebody else in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you jump into a fist fight in order to protect Chris Albert?
Chris actually approached my vehicle and started to describe an altercation that he had been in previously in the night.
When you say your vehicle, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so you were off duty, is that right?
Yes.
You had been drinking?
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that, but just
Yes.
so happens that you've been drinking that afternoon.
Yes.
Tim Albert was with Chris, correct?
Not when I saw him, no.
Okay. Ultimately, when you realized that Chris Albert was in some sort of fracas, some sort of fight or altercation, you activated yourself as a police officer at the time.
He wasn't in a fracas when he approached my vehicle. He approached my vehicle and stated that he had been in an altercation earlier in the night with one of the Lapalato brothers, and that during that altercation, threats were made against him and his family, and he was seeking advice because he knew I was a police officer as to how he should go forward.
And as I was telling him what to do, that's when a group of men started to walk down Washington Street towards Chris, and he said, "Oh no, here they come."
So that would be Mark Lotto, correct?
Yes.
And his brother Alfred.
Yes, Alfredo.
Alfredo, sorry. You got out of your car and approached the other men?
Yes.
You also called for a Canton police backup.
I brought my attention to the restaurant owner and a bartender who had walked out into the street, and I yelled for them to call the Canton police.
Canton police did in fact arrive, correct?
They did.
Isn't it true that after you got involved and Canton police arrived, you then instructed some of your colleague police officers to handcuff Alfredo?
I can't recall.
Isn't it true that after Alfredo was handcuffed and, for all intents and purposes, physically incapacitated, you then approached Mark Lopalato?
No.
You got into a fight with Mark Lopalato, though?
Yes.
You punched him in the face?
At one point after he had struck me, yes.
So your story is he struck you first, and then you punched him?
Yes.
His story, of course, is you punched him first.
I don't know what his story is.
Well, you were sued in federal court, and he told you his story in that lawsuit, correct?
So I actually have a question. The criminal case was adjudicated. The civil case, I did sign a non-disclosure, so I'm not sure if I can speak on that.
I will never ask you what the nature of any settlement within that case was. Just the fact that you were sued in a public document, which a federal lawsuit is a public document, you were sued in federal court over this incident that I'm talking about, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately it was settled. I'll never ask you what the terms of the settlement are.
It was settled, yes.
Okay. Ultimately, you said that the criminal case was adjudicated. We'll get to that in just a second. Did you testify at that criminal case?
I did.
All right. I want to sort of tailor this a little bit because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, and I want to be sensitive to the court's time and your time. The allegation that Mark Lopalato made against you is that you punched him, took him to the ground, continued to beat him, and bit him to the point of drawing blood, correct?
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
He then indicated that once the police officers that were there pulled you off of him, you then turned and walked over to Alfredo while he was still incapacitated, meaning physically handcuffed, and spat in his face.
I believe that was his allegation, yes.
Ultimately, both men, after this altercation, were allowed to leave the location, correct?
I believe one fled and the other one was allowed to leave, yes.
Okay. You're telling me now that Mark Lopalato punched you first, a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of any circumstance in which an individual would be able to punch a police officer on duty or off duty in the presence of other police officers and just be released? That wouldn't happen, would it?
I don't believe the other police officers were on scene when the fight initiated.
Did you tell them that you got punched?
I don't recall.
But they certainly let Mark go, correct?
Mark fled.
Okay. And then
Alfredo was released.
So the next day, Mark and Alfredo showed up at Canton PD to file a complaint against you and some of the other police officers that were involved, correct?
That's what I was told. I wasn't there.
You didn't file a report for assault or battery or anything like that, correct?
I spoke with my sergeant that night, and he said that I could do the report when I came back in on my next day of work.
My question is, on that night, did you file a report?
No.
The next day, did you file a report?
I don't recall if it was 1 or 2 days later.
It's actually 3 days later, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Does it sound like that's in the time frame? It probably was about 3 days later?
I honestly couldn't tell you. It's 22 years ago. I'm not really sure.
But between the time this fight happened and you filed a report, Mark Lopalato and his brother Alfredo came into Canton PD and asked to swear out a complaint against you and fellow officers, correct?
I believe so.
And they were told to go away on that day.
I couldn't speak to that.
By the time they came back to file the complaint, then police reports had been written, right?
I don't know.
Once those police reports were written, after they indicated that they wanted to file a complaint, ultimately charges were brought against them, correct?
Again, ultimately charges were brought. I don't know the exact timeline.
This looks bad. Looks bad for the department.
After charges had been brought, and both brothers ended up having to go to court and defend themselves. You ran into both brothers at a mobile gas station.
Yes.
You confronted both brothers, correct?
No.
You approached both brothers.
No.
Isn't it true that you walked up and said, "How you doing?" to the two guys? And one of them responded, "Not so good. You attacked me and now I've got to go to court."
No,
That conversation?
I believe they initiated the conversation with me.
Did you say, "How are you doing?"
Something to that nature.
And did they respond? Something to the effect of, "I'm not doing so good because you attacked me and now I've got to defend myself in court"?
I don't recall exactly what they said in response.
And then, based on that interaction, you arrested them for witness intimidation, correct?
Well, there was further interaction. It wasn't just the response to "how are you doing?" They made threats and they were ultimately arrested, yes.
So your claim now is that they made threats against you, a sitting police officer at the time, a working police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And you reported that threat to the DA's office?
Yes.
And charges were brought against them? I'm sorry. A report was brought against them for that witness intimidation, correct?
Correct.
Ultimately, with regard to the assault charges for which they were arrested and tried, they were found not guilty in a public adjudication criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And the DA's office threw out the witness intimidation charges because they were meritless. Isn't that right?
The charges were thrown out.
And all of this history that we've just talked about came on the heels of you assisting Chris and Tim Albert in a fight they said they had been in earlier in the evening. Is that right?
No.
You just told us that the reason you got involved in this melee, this fight to begin with, was because Chris Albert approached you and said, "I was in a fight with some guys earlier tonight, and here they come."
Yes, and you just said that he was with Tim Albert. I never saw Tim Albert that night.
My mistake. Let's just leave it at Chris.
He was with his fiance.
Okay. So all of this situation emanated from you coming to the aid of Chris Albert, your friend, longtime childhood friend, correct?
It had nothing to do with it being Chris Albert.
Isn't it true that it had everything to do with it being Chris Albert?
No.
So just a regular random guy off the street, you would have conducted yourself the exact same way?
Absolutely.
Would have bit their ear.
Isn't it true that what you actually did, Sergeant Lank, in that particular circumstance, was you came to the aid of a friend and you used your position as a police officer to further that assistance and that protection?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Whatever happened between Christopher Albert and these brothers in that particular evening, you weren't present for that?
No.
And your testimony that Tim Albert wasn't present at any point in time when you were there either, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to Tim Albert, what, if any, other involvement have you had with him as far as through your official duties as a police officer?
I was involved in an investigation where we had to take out charges against Tim Albert.
So you've been involved in an investigation where charges were actually taken out against a member of the Albert family, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall roundabout when that was?
I believe it was 2012.
Do you recall who, if anyone, from your department was working with you on that investigation?
It would have been Officer Good at the time.
And that's now Sergeant Sean Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
Same Sean Good involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the federal suit that was brought, that was settled, correct?
That's correct.
There was no disposition on it, no finding of liability or anything of the like?
Correct.
Now, with respect to Brian, how would you describe your relationship with him?
Again, Civil.
The two of you friends?
Could you repeat that, please?
Are the two of you friends?
No.
Do you socialize with Brian Albert, or have you at any point in time?
I've been at events where Brian is at, and we will say hello, but that's pretty much the extent of it.
Have you ever socialized with Brian Albert, just the two of you?
No.
You ever been to his house or inside his house?
No.
Now, with regard to, other than that day of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You and Brian Albert, do you get along?
Say that again?
I said, he and Brian Albert, do they get along?
We have had some disagreements, I'd say, in the past, but we're civil. We get along enough to say hello.
Anything to do with your response, your interviews, or anything to do with January 29th, 2022, have anything to do with the Albert family, or Brian Albert, or Christopher Albert, or anything to do with the Alberts whatsoever?
No.
That didn't change what you were doing, how you were doing it, or how you conducted yourself in this investigation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
I have one slight area to cover with the court's permission.
Okay.
Concerning Tim Albert and this issue, or the investigation where charges were brought against Tim Albert, that was a circumstance in which Tim Albert, in broad daylight, slammed into a parked car belonging to a woman and then fled the scene, correct?
No.
Didn't you follow a trail of transmission fluid or something to find where he had gone?
I did.
And he fled directly to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
He didn't live there. He went to his brother's house. Brian,
No, that's not correct.
he lived there at the time?
Yes.
Okay. So you follow the trail of whatever it is, fluid trail, all the way to where Tim Albert had fled to, and you basically had no choice. He had just slammed into the back of a car and then fled the scene. Isn't that right?
I concluded my investigation by locating the vehicle that had heavy damage.
The vehicle that he hit.
His vehicle.
His vehicle had heavy damage, but so did the vehicle that he hit, correct?
So you had said a minute ago that he hit a parked car. That's incorrect.
Oh, he hit a moving car.
It was a vehicle that was, I believe it was stopped at a light. It wasn't a parked car. It was a vehicle that was stopped.
Okay. Irrespective of whether the engine was running or parked or not, he hit a car
Yes.
with a woman in it, fled the scene, then you find him trying to hide out at 34 Fairview, correct?
He had parked the car at 34 Fairview.
And you didn't have much choice. I mean, there you have it. The evidence is right in front of you. You can't really cover that one up, right?
I would say I did my job.
Your Honor, move to strike.
So this is voir dire. Could you answer the question, please?
I would say I did my job.
Okay. Did you engage in any kind of a DUI investigation?
We spoke with him.
Did you give him FSTs?
I don't recall if I did. I know I didn't. I don't recall if Officer Good did.
Did you give him a breathalyzer?
I did not.
Did you ask him for a blood test?
I did not.
So no DUI investigation was really undertaken, correct?
Again, I can't recall what Officer Good did, but I was there.
But you didn't do it. You didn't do what I just suggested, a full-blown DUI investigation.
No.
Even though he hit another car and then fled the scene.
We spoke with him, and he gave an explanation.
And that explanation coming from Tim Albert was, I'm really sorry I panicked, right?
It was something to that nature.
And he turned around, well, I'll just cut to the chase. Y'all ended up charging him with a misdemeanor, correct?
I believe so.
And he was given diversion?
I don't know.
And his record was wiped clean?
I don't know.
That's all I have.
All right.
Wow.
Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down, sir.
Wow.
I'll hear you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be very brief. I spoke about the Aguiar case a couple of days ago, and I think it's still attendant to our conversation today, or discussion today. That case stands for the proposition that it doesn't matter if the evidence reveals something other than something that's otherwise inadmissible, as long as the material as long as the material elaborates on or establishes that there could be some sort of bias or prejudice. There doesn't have to be a bias or prejudice. I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt or to clear and convincing evidence that there's a bias or prejudice. But if the evidence suggests that there could be bias or prejudice, that is proper fodder for the jury to consider, and that's what we're asking. In this case, Sergeant Lank's willingness to activate himself as an officer, get involved with Chris Albert, although it was in 2002, and I know that that's something that Mr. Lally is going to say, and he's going to harp on, this was so long ago, that actually cuts against the Commonwealth's case. That shows how long these folks have been involved with each other and how deep their relationships run. For him to sort of deputize himself in that situation in order to help out his longtime friend, whom he socializes with, drinks with, grew up with, establishes a bias and a prejudice, in this case against Miss Reed, and in favor of the Alberts. And it's not like he had a tangential part to play in this, a role to play in this investigation. He was the very first officer to walk in that front door. He absolutely knew what he was going to find when he walked in the front door, which was the homeowners and possibly other witnesses. He engaged in a interview or a series of interviews that were not recorded. I have no idea what was said. The jurors are never going to find out exactly what was said other than to take his word for it. The jurors have to be able to weigh and balance his credibility against an officer that, for instance, even like Sergeant Good, for instance, who seems to come across far more unbiased, just sort of a straight shooter. Sergeant Lank is not that person. He never should have walked in that front door. He should have said to his supervisors, I have a relationship with the Albert family. I've known these folks for too long. I grew up with his brother or brothers. I've known them my whole life. I'm probably not the right person to make the decisions about this investigation. And unless and until the jurors know that and can weigh and balance it, they can toss it out if they want to. Or they can adopt it if they want to. So if they need to be able to hear the evidence.
So I have a question for you. So the part about the complaint at the station
yes,
and being turned away, who are you going to get that in from other than the Lapalito brothers, which puts us a little far afield? So he didn't adopt it or said, I don't know, or that's what I've heard.
So the Lapalito brothers, I think.
I know, but that's so far removed now.
I disagree. I think they're the ones that are closest to the situation. So we would ask, who's better to tell the jurors that they walked in. I can get the police report. I can tell the court what it's dated. It's dated September 2nd or September 3rd, and the Lopalitos walked in on August 31st to make the complaint.
No, I understand because you've outlined it, or Ms. Little outlined it, which is very helpful. I don't disagree that some of this is admissible. I just have to figure out how you intend to get it in, because I have to be concerned about if it's a mini trial within a trial, and we're trying to avoid that.
I think
if he were to testify as he did, that's what I understand, and the Commonwealth didn't object to that. That seems admissible to me.
I would probably seek to do it with the court's permission through two pieces of evidence. One would be Mark or Alfredo, and I don't think I would use both of them.
You would not.
I would not. Okay, fair enough. I would seek to ask Mark to join us. He would testify to the altercation. He would testify to the complaint, and then I would seek to either get a stipulation to the date of the police reports. I don't even need the police reports in. If I can't get a stipulation, then I probably would just ask the court to be able to establish that the police report is a business record.
So I would like to see those police reports tonight before I leave, okay?
If I have them.
We'd have to get them.
Right.
To get them from Canton.
I will do my best to get them to the court. I can't get them to the court tonight. We don't have them.
Okay.
So I'll start working on that immediately.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I would submit that
defendant has admitted, Esburn, there is no actual relevancy to any of this, and it is essentially a trial within a trial at this point. Bringing in other civilian witnesses to talk about an incident which happened 22 years ago to
So
involving...
let's forget about bringing in the civilian witnesses. How about what we heard as to what Sergeant Lank would testify to?
As to what Sergeant Lank would testify to is a single incident in which he did not witness anything to do with the Albert brothers. Christopher Albert was never at 34 Fairview Road on January 28th or until much, much later in the day of January 29th, and certainly not at the same time that Sergeant Lank was. I think counsel far overestimates what Sergeant Lank's involvement in this particular investigation was. He shows up on scene, he assists with the other officers, Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Good that you've already heard from. And with respect to, he takes a couple of initial statements, all those witnesses then subsequently talked to troopers from the state police, testified grand jury, multiple grand juries, and will all be testifying as witnesses in this case. So any purported bias from an incident from 22 years ago involving a brother who wasn't even present at the home on the night in question does nothing but confuse the jury as to what the issues are, and creating this sort of bias out of thin cloth that has no basis whatsoever in the facts of this case.
Okay, so I disagree with you. I don't know yet. I want to see those police reports. I don't know yet what I'm going to allow in, but I disagree that it has nothing to do. If it weren't involving the Alberts, then under the grand jury case, the decision by Justice Gantz, Chief Justice Gantz at the time, it wouldn't come in, but it does, so it comes in for different purposes or different reasons. So I'd like those reports tonight or certainly by tomorrow morning before we come out.
We'll do our best.
Okay. All right. So we'll figure this out tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, please.
Wow. Wow. This just, it's the gift that keeps on giving. This trial is incredible. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. What's next? What's next? We're on, that's day 5. What time is it? It's 3. Do we have enough time for day 6? Half day of day 6? Okay. Let's see. Where are we at? Say 9, 8, 7. Day 6. I think this is it. It's got 4 hours. It's going to be a late one. Well, if we skip the breaks, we should be good. Should be good if we skip the breaks. Get it set up. Lots of ceiling fan. 15 minutes of ceiling fan. Nope. There we go. All right. Here we go. More. Just one more chapter. Yes.
Do we have it?
All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Is that a cheetah or a leopard?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning. What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, we'd rather you have us waiting.
Out of the goodness of my heart, you get a 10-minute break.
I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Good, please?
Sergeant Good, we're back to witness 14.
Thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury of the case now and here and to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good morning. All right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Sergeant, you are familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out, and to get out of the sally ports, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that these last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that.
And do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed it.
You've never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
Stipulation.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, stipulation.
No.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that...
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
Oh, we're starting the drinking game early. For a stipulation, we're still going to approach just to make sure the redactions are correct. This will be interesting. This will show a couple things. There's a key swipe we may see from the BATF officer, right? That's housed in that same unit that just showed up at 1:30 in the morning randomly, just working early that morning, I guess. That's a curious one to me. I want to see what happened there and what was logged for his key swipes. I want to see what happened with in the time period, the days that people were in the Sally Port. We have 3 days? Is that what I heard? That Karen Reid's car was in the Sally Port? Evidence just sitting there that everyone has access to? Who was in there? Who did what? Did people swipe into the Sally Port but not swipe into the police station? Asking for a friend. Curious minds want to know. Man, I cannot wait. The prosecution has already said that the Alberts are all going to be testifying. He said that at the end of the last video. I cannot wait to hear that. That's going to be fire on the cross as well. It's going to be so good. Big yawn. I don't know if Caitlin will testify. That'll be interesting. It sounds like we're going to get maybe Tim. Who was it? We've got 3 Alberts. Tim, Chris, and Brian, right? Yesterday I broached the topic of a police report had been altered. Yes, I do. Now, given that I had raised that with after you left the stand, before you now took the stand
today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
A few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Sure, yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No.
Nobody from the Canton Police?
No.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes.
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
Not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay. And so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay. But the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
No.
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
Yes.
You want to be clear, correct?
Yes.
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
Yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes.
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
Yes.
You had indicated, again, incident 22-87-OF?
Yes.
Call 22-449?
Yes.
Date and time reported January 29th of 22 at 6:08?
Yes.
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes.
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
Correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay. I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical. correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
exposed,
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at P.
P? Yes. P, yes. It looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
All right. Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions, if you don't mind.
That was a
Your
no.
Honor, I would
You can't
offer into
explain.
evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay. Can I see those, please?
Is there objection? Yes. The objection sustained. May we approach? Come to the sidebar. Bring your red Solo cup. Let's see. Okay. Sorry, trying to work three things at once. While they work this objection, trying to work a media access request really quickly. All right. Whatever you have a sidebar, you should play music. It needs to be a drinking song. Maybe something, well, we'd probably get copyright strike from that. What's a good song to play? We could do the guess the sidebar music. His rap song. No, that's a little too hard. I can listen to it once in a while. I will say this about Karen. She is extremely involved. Whiskey in the Jar. The original version or the Metallica cover? Steve. Karen Reid is very, very involved in her case. And not just her inserting herself into her lawyer's case, but the lawyers are talking to her and questioning, and like they're a team, very much a team in doing this. And I don't think that's because they're not prepared. I think she is probably because I don't know anything about Karen other than what's been presented here. I think she's probably very smart. Okay, that she's got a very good recollection or a sharp mind, and the lawyers see her as an asset for that. Oh, okay, there we go. Let's see. It's got to be elevator music. Let's see what the judge says here. I think she's leaning against it. She objected. She sustained the objection already. I don't think the sidebar. I don't know. Sometimes she's won him over. I'll tell you this: the judge seems fair to me so far. I do not get the vibe one way or another. Yes, she's a little frustrated and she sighs like crazy, but she and her rulings. I mean, if we'd like do the math on this, I think it's pretty straight down the line. All right, 99 bottles of beer. Thin Lizzy is not the original version. Go down the YouTube rabbit trail and listen to the Old Irish Jig. I've listened. Okay, there were like 3 versions, right? The first one is you can hardly tell it's the same song. So I'm going to say Thin Lizzy and Metallica are the 2 versions that count. Forget the original artist. Okay, the fact that they wrote the thing. But Metallica, always Metallica. Whiskey in the Jarro. Karen Reed was a professor. Didn't know that. Believable. She seems pretty smart. She looks mad every day. If, from her perspective, put yourself in her shoes, as her team asserts, she's falsely accused. I'd be mad too. Okay, so I can see that. I'm okay with that. Let's see. Let me see if in the YouTube world of music, there is a small fee I can pay to get Whiskey in the Jar as background music and what that would cost me.
Mr. Lally, I'm sorry. There's one.
Yeah, we're very inefficient at holding sidebars. Whiskey in the Jar, Metallica. Using this track will not affect your video's visibility, but will make it ineligible for monetization. So I can't use that one. The Dubliners, I can't use that one either. The Irish Rovers. Oh, the Irish Rovers will let me. They'll let me split revenue with them. In Belarus, Burundi, Caribbean, Netherlands, Central African Republic, Congo, Cuba, Curacao, Iran, Iraq, Libya, North Korea, Serbia, St. Martin, Somalia, South Sudan, St. Bartholomew, St. Martin, Sudan, Syria, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. Those are the places I have to be in to split that. When I'm not there, unfortunately. Thin Lizzy. Okay, so we have to do a very short video and play Thin Lizzy all by itself, non-monetized. So Metallica would get all the revenue, which is cool because they sing the song.
Questions you can ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, and I appreciate it.
Dubliners
While
as
I'm
a
waiting
double.
for that, may I approach?
Yes.
Not the Dubliners.
Thank you.
See if there are other whiskey songs that are available.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Hood. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes.
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
Okay. And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton?
Yes.
Now, that photo is the photo that is included in Exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
On the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again.
Yes.
what has already been marked Exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay, and Exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir?
Yes, you're welcome.
Oh, look at that. Just do it like that. Right? Where's the Elmo? Right here. Can you set that up?
Whispery.
Published the two I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
Way around. 42. Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was?
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please. No. I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right here.
I don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. McDonough.
Sure.
Okay. The exhibit sticker's upside down, but, oh, there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview that you have identified as Exhibit 42, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports. Report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay, and there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in when the jury actually gets it. We'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
Over objection. It's coming in. Look at that.
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
He becomes 43.
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Jury, close your notebooks, leave them on the seats.
Jury, out you go.
Follow me, all rise, jury out.
Jury out.
I'm just going down and around.
May I see those, Madam Court Reporter, please? All right.
May be seated.
So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand.
Okay, and that can't happen. So
Understand.
fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them,
We're
run
now
them through a
gonna
copy
modify it.
machine. All right, we'll
now
take a
gonna
5-minute
modify
recess.
the evidence.
And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, and it's not it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right, I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All right, please.
All right. So, judge is not having it. She's not a big fan of what's going on right now. All right. We might have to do like a rush application for some court access. All right. We don't have to wait for 5 minutes. This happened the other day. We're going to skip the 5 minutes because we can. That was longer than 5 minutes, though, Judge. That's just... I'm not a fan of this judge. That is literally the judge's fan. Ann, that's literally the judge's fan.
Close back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October, the major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo with the piece of taillight that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Anything else? Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And we need that exhibit, Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well.
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
With the clerk?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regard to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior, and you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit-and-run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street, and the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview, and the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that vehicle?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. But I'm sorry, before I get to that, you had testified earlier that when you were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the scene, what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time, clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day and the afternoon, what, if anything, did you observe about the snowfall at that point?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So, as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so, what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So, in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be different?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs, if you know?
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
Nothing further on.
Okay.
If I might.
Very briefly.
You had just talked about how Tim Albert was charged as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That was an objection based on what they're going to allow in, and it went too close to the not allowed in part.
Who is your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Not yet, she says. We can't proceed with that witness without visiting the sidebar and refilling our solo cups. Let's see, Michael Lank. So he actually is witness number 15, but we've had witness 14, proffer of 15, back to witness 14, and now we get Sergeant Lank as witness number 15. We'll see how much of that proffer comes in. Okay, here's witness 15. Nikki says, what do you think of this trial so far? Well, red solo cup. Evidence collection. Here's what just blows my mind. They're a police station of 45, roughly 45 officers, 45 people there that have access, and they've never done a murder investigation before, yet they got involved on this one? It's one thing to say we don't know anything about murder investigations. We don't do that. It's always the state police. Then still, I'm asking, why did you get involved on this one then? Why did you just march on in with a leaf blower? Would you do that at any other murder investigation? You've never had another murder in Boston before, I don't know, that in winter? In Canton, I should say. In Canton, in winter. Some things aren't adding up a little bit. It just seems weird how they handled this one.
No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight, called officers to assist him, the specifics of the allegations of the local Lido brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there were subsequent police reports filed, and the local...
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those last
All right.
night.
It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lola Lito's?
Local Lido, yeah.
Go ahead from after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
so what do you mean by subsequent resolution of the matter?
They were adjudicated not guilty, and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert. and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
his last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
All right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of, all right, Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddies comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lapolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lapolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court.
You need another sidebar.
So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if, Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So, Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this, okay? And just as an aside again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought, and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought, and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And then the witness did testify that he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you all a 5-minute break. and then we have to get going.
All rise to the court, please.
All right. Beep, beep. You are muted. All right, so we've got a big sigh there at the end. We're going to count that one. Interesting ruling here. The judge is restricting the defense on probably a couple of the key points. A couple of the key points are really starting to get whittled away from what they wanted to bring in. The restriction on the fact that he was sued in federal court, that can't come out. That can't come in. The fact that the brothers, when they went to court, were adjudicated not guilty, that can't come in. It does leave the jury with this idea that that the outcome would be more of the anticipated outcome. You know, most of the people that are charged with something are found guilty, and here that wasn't how it happened. So it's interesting the jury can't get to that. The judge's ruling was because that could have happened for a number of reasons and a number of ways they can reach that point. When it comes to Tim Albert and his case, the hit and run, that one, he says the case was dropped, or he was treated, according to the defense, with a level of preference, I think you might say. No investigation into DUI at the scene. I'm curious if there's dash cam footage of following the leak along the road, and did it swerve from side to side, or was it just a straight shot car leaking all the way home? Was there indications that somebody was drunk on that time? Okay. Why are you letting me wait through a break, guys? We've got stuff to do. Let's skip ahead just a couple moments. Fan. Yes, somebody mentioned that there's a fan company named after a donkey, the big donkey fan company or something. Only it's 3 letters, and it starts with A and ends with Z or something. I can't remember exactly. I used to sell buildings, and we actually would recommend those fans to our clients. They are fantastic. If you ever stood underneath one, they're amazing. They move so much air. All right.
Muted.
You are unmuted. Ashley, I'm just watching chat. I don't know what went on at the Daybell trial just now, but several people are taking cold showers, and some people are bleaching their eyes.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
Crazy.
So, Mr. Jackson, you'll just alert me before you begin that line of questioning, because I have an instruction.
Of course.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Sergeant Michael Lank to the stand.
Okay.
Going to ask you to be mindful of the step up and to remain standing to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and here and to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Morning.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Michael Lank, L-A-N-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Over 24 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant with Canton Police?
It'll be 2 years in August.
Now, prior to, well, let me ask you first, with reference to your responsibilities as a lieutenant, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what are your duties and responsibilities as a lieutenant?
I oversee the gun licensing and patrol.
And prior to working as a lieutenant, what was your role with the Canton Police before that?
I was a detective sergeant.
And how long were you a detective sergeant?
From September of 21 until August of 22.
And during that time frame as a detective sergeant, what were your duties and responsibilities with regard to the Canton Police at that point?
To oversee the Detective Bureau, ensure that all reports were issued to respective detectives and completed.
Now, you're also familiar with the role within the Canton Police of a sort of shift sergeant, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of what are the differences between what a shift sergeant does and what a detective sergeant does?
Shift sergeant's primary responsibility is to run the daily shift, give out sectors to each of the cars, and dispatch cruisers to appropriate areas, so forth.
And if I could turn your attention to the morning of January 29th, 2022. At some point after 6 a.m., did you receive a call in regard to a dispatch that your department had received?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, called you around that time?
Sergeant Sean Good.
Do you know approximately what time Sergeant Good called you?
I believe it was 6:08.
And with reference to that call, the initial call from Sergeant Good, what, if any, information did he relay to you at that time?
Sergeant Good stated that there was a gentleman found in the snow at 34 Fairview Road, and he was in very grave condition, and he brought it to my attention that he was also a Boston police officer.
And subsequent to that, through the course of your investigative work on this case, did you learn who that unresponsive male was?
Yes.
And who did you learn it?
John O'Keefe.
And upon receiving that call, where did you go?
I went to 34 Fairview Road.
And if you know, about what time would you estimate that you arrived in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I live fairly close, so I was on scene by, I believe it was 6:24, 6:25.
And upon your arrival, who, if anyone else, from your department was there prior to you?
Officer Sarif, Officer Mullaney, and Sergeant Good.
And when you arrived, beyond sort of the other officers from your department, what, if any, other activity or what, if any, other persons did you observe on scene?
When I arrived, I observed that the ambulance was still there. There was multiple EMTs, and I observed some witnesses also.
And with respect to the ambulance, it's your understanding that Mr. O'Keefe was in that ambulance?
Yes.
And did you ever see Mr. O'Keefe on that one?
I did not.
And at some point, the other officers who preceded your arrival, did they direct you your attention to where Mr. O'Keefe was found when they first arrived?
They did.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, as you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard did you observe?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did you speak to on scene?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of the Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is a CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
And did they respond at that time?
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what, if any, sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
Okay, and why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
So the state
I don't
wouldn't
know what
respond?
that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you note as far as the weather?
Calls for hearsay.
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that...
Objection.
Sustained.
Good catch. Hearsay.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
After I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them, and that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Following your initial call to CPAC and conversation with Trooper Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us, and to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you live in the town, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
Do you have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
I'm sustained.
Move to strike.
That was relevant.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else, is it that you do around the town of Canton?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
Apparently too
I would
long.
say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil.
The two of you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did he do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did then?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then, with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, what, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes.
Okay, and how was it done so, Your Honor?
In my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
And you've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
Yes.
Now, in addition well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27.
Ryberry, you're just a full-blown CSI outfit.
Sergeant Lang, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be, sir?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple. Just press on that button and point one.
Okay, thank you.
The training class for the laser pointer has become
laser pointer.
quite
If you could
abbreviated.
draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to sort of your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And Over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything disheveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has done?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station by who?
By me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
The OF stands for a report offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
And so each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it?
That's correct.
And then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
Because it's in the employee fridge.
And,
oh, did I say that out loud? Sorry.
But to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And
it's on the break room shelf.
Following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box that you've seen earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box.
Okay.
Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
If you don't have evidence gloves, you can just use like Walmart shopping bags or just knock on the neighbor's door, see if they've got something. Why is it already open? I want to see the other bag.
Sorry, sir, before you just go into that, just with reference to the bag that you have before you, what, if any, markings are on that that relate to sort of your case, your case number with the Kansas Police?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-870F, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
And have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes.
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
Okay. Go ahead.
Maybe visit the sidebar and fill it up so we get a good idea of what it looks like.
Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag.
Okay, what do you guys think of that? That's the first time I've seen that glass.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Yes.
Where is the rest of it?
The 45.
That's microphone abuse right there. Should not bend it
Now,
that
Lieutenant Lank, once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to who, if anyone, called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, about how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with Ms. McCabe?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. You working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And at some point, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that day?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regard to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid-40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe it?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit, and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. Just ask you just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
And those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
Stickers are being added. This is the first time we've seen the plastic that would have been from the tail light.
46 and 47.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen.
And this is how many days later they found this?
Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen currently?
Yes.
And this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
And using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that piece of plastic.
Okay, Whoa. I have problems.
Ms. Gilman, the next photograph?
I have problems with this. It's on top of the snow.
And, sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, it's a close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Thank you.
Oh, no.
Ms. Gilman, you can.
Okay. No. That on top of melted snow, that's a problem. It's a big problem. Anyone who's, yeah. I've got the same sigh. And on top of a footprint.
Yes.
Sir, we have issues with that evidence. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh man, I need to stop the screen share. Looks like over on Chad Daybell's case, they've had as much spice as they can take in one day. And so that is done for now. They're going to be back on Monday. We're going to go ahead and end that one on top of that.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Sure.
Come to the sidebar. Now, where's that glass? All right. Okay. Let me explain why I have a problem with the snow. Okay, and maybe this is because I grew up in the snow. Objects in the snow, especially colored objects in the snow, if the sun is shining on them, they melt. They heat up faster in the surrounding area, and it melts quicker.
All right, jurors, so you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness and the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
Now, here we go. Ready for the objections.
Lieutenant Lank,
Judge gave the prosecution all the roadmap for objections
about
already.
your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department. Chris Albert. And I know Tim Albert.
Are those three individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12. So he was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14.
You grew up
12,
with Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian,
Yes.
back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the three of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris. I'm
Yes.
using first names only because they're all
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes.
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
Yes.
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
That's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No.
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
Yes.
Okay, at some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
Yes.
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
Yes.
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by, quote unquote, activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes.
And you engaged in that fight.
Yes.
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
Correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes.
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
When Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No.
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
Excuse me, so in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes.
Okay, and I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer.
Yes.
At the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the 2 brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
No.
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
Yes.
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
No. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes.
And then you struck him back.
Yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No.
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes.
All right. After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away. Get out of here, go home, correct?
No, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night?
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the incident.
No question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question about the dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. The fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be named what?
Excuse me. Who happened to be Chris Albert.
You mentioned Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a co-worker?
Yes.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a co-worker?
I do.
And a colleague?
Yes.
And you're also well aware, I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lake, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Okay. Can you tell me one more time, and now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay. And you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
How's that dry mouth treating you?
What made you decide, or could you have decided, to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Thank you,
correct.
Selena.
Did you know at the time you got the call that that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good didn't, I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did a light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert house?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, there's Officer Mullaney, there's Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed either, well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because it was that a detective vehicle?
Yes.
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
Yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser?
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
Yes.
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission?
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of...
So let's not describe it.
Sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It looks like the scene from that morning. From, I believe it's going to be, the top one anyway is 683, Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Good's based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so, Mr. Bates, and play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
When they approach like this, it might mean that they're trying to go into an area beyond what the judge has originally said you can go into. And the reason why, and the judge has said you have to do this, right? You've got to do this because sometimes the way the testimony comes out, it leaves somebody wanting, the jury wanting for an explanation. Sometimes the judge, the ruling from when she initially makes the ruling might change a little bit when the actual testimony comes out. You know, proffer is very different than in front of a jury. So we'll see if she allows a little more leeway here.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video, and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
Yes.
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole.
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
Because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house, so I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You thought that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
Stand as to the form.
We'll just pause while we get interrupted.
I'm just letting the siren go by.
That's fine.
That was a loud one.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the
Thank you.
car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jen McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You've described sort of the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket with it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders?
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and play the video, and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. No, go. No, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone.
Somebody walked up to the door, right? Keep your finger on the pause button.
Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
Did it appear that you had something in your hand?
Yes.
You were taking a call?
Yes.
On your cell phone?
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have. I can't see what time that is.
You can't see the time on the screen right there?
I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below.
Yes.
You may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Sarif.
Go ahead, play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Sarif right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
The court does not like replays. There we go. Watch it walk off screen. I'm going to stay off screen for a minute so we can see all the edges of this video. Don't want to miss a thing.
Pause. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead. How's it? Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes.
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point, while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
Still on the phone. And they're in the back corner of the car, facing us now on the bottom video.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so. Stop it. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes?
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jen McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs have...
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to to dispatch, correct?
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Action, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with... Well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton Dispatch and CPAC Dispatch?
Got a lot of lightning around me right now, guys.
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton Dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated that he
believe.
does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, "I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it."
Correct.
Look at the hand gesture.
Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed?
No.
He had been strangled?
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car?
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever, correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight, and then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she had been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video?
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard?
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things that caused those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe that there were any indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had been involved in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. Again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier, it was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
Crazy lightning out here. I lose power here about, 4 times a year maybe? It's usually pretty brief. But we're nearly at the end of the day. I think we've got maybe an hour or so left here. Trying to get some stuff rushed out here.
Matt?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been of confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right. The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered, and then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
Well, I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it?
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there?
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
One of the ways to secure a premises, any premises in a normal crime scene investigation, would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down? as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing.
Correct.
Or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Is that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you note where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in a diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were, in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a diagram?
Whether or not you documented that.
No.
Okay. Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John O'Keefe was found out in the yard that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing?
No.
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue. You understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right, they're critical items of evidence, right?
Yes.
It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages or communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed it was important, but did you ever, in fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole, when I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together?
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside, to the best of my memory. I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert?
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening?
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening?
Yes.
That's not good.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You had already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back.
Yes.
Because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well?
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None?
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
The crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy?
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No,
I mean stakes, E-S-T-A-K-E-S.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
We've got the other kinds, but not. We've got the meat kinds.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open. I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured,
Yes,
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
correct.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes,
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. An example, or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence, moving it from here to here, correct?
That would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes,
Taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
yes,
Or even planting evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
yes.
And setting up a proper crime scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering, obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware. At this point in time, state police had said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area.
6x6 or 7x7?
Roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right.
36 square feet.
You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong.
Yes.
Like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about.
Yes, yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else, along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the glass that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt and snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't the sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't the crime scene cup.
No.
It is now.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple contributors to blood, multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups
That's
were
not in evidence, was that objection?
in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into the, tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
Temporary, excuse me, the blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator.
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
Uh-oh.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes.
There is generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
It should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it?
Yes.
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
It's not anybody's lunch. Don't peek in
Can we
there.
have tab 23?
This was a trap.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag. But actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
Same thing. One holds alcohol, one holds evidence.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like, so that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port, so it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when Canton, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups, or those the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom.
Yes.
That appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah, the only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay. Let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And do you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay. That appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
Are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. Pretty sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if, in fact, that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before? To seal anything?
We don't do that at the Canton PD.
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011-12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
If you can recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
That's all I have for this.
Oh, I'm embarrassed
I'm going to
for
see
him.
Consulate Sidebar for just a minute, please. Sure.
I'm embarrassed for him. That is terrible. This is a retired. He's retired, right? He's a retired police detective and police officer. Has no idea what evidence tape is. They got him every which way. He doesn't know if the bag was sealed, if they were taken out, or whatever. The evidence bag being a Stop and Shop, literally, you would expect a 12-pack to be put in there or something. A couple of Reese's Pieces, maybe a box of Hostess donuts. I'm guessing he just had it in his car. He's like, well, I've got an evidence bag right here. Let me just move the things I'm going to have later tonight, and here we go. Good as used. Good as used. Here we go. Oh. All right. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. The jury gets to leave now. Jury's getting kicked out. That was terrible. This doesn't change, I think, in one way or another, guilt or innocence. But it sure casts a big, massive, Batman-sized question mark. A Batman like the bat symbol over the evidence. How in the world can you look at this chain of custody or lack thereof and then hear a report on DNA or samples and say, yep, sounds legit? How do you get from where we are right now to wherever the state wants to get us with this evidence? I don't know. I don't know how you can do it. This is a joke. I mean, the jurors should bust out laughing out loud in court if this is presented as evidence. What's the beeping? It's the heart rate of, or the heart monitor that we have on the prosecutor, just to make sure he's still alive after this brutal beating. No, it's a tone to remind us that we're still listening, but we've been muted. There's a scintilla of custody. Oh, can you imagine when the state finally comes to pick this up, right? Because that's when the pictures were taken. The state finally arrives to pick it up, and they're like, we're here to collect the evidence. I'm like, hang on, let me head into the break room for a minute. I'll grab it for you. The break room? It's like, yeah, we kept it in the fridge. Let's see. This Officer Good's lunch. Oh, I didn't know I left that here. Okay. Well, oh, here it is. Got the bag. I'll bring it out. Yep, right here. Here you go. And they like, Stop and Shop? You're kidding me, right? And then they're like, yeah, here it is. Hand it over. Like, where's the label? I mean, where's the chain? Is there a form you want me to check this out, or we just take it? And they're like, no. I'm not taking another step from right here until I take pictures of what you just handed me. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the pictures the state said, I'm going to need some pictures of this because no one is going to believe this if I put this in my report. Oh, my goodness. That's terrible. It's terrible. They're looking at the Stop and Shop, and then they open it. It's like red Solo cup. It's like, can it get any worse? It's like being a chef of 24 years and having no idea what butter is for, or if you've ever used it. Oh my goodness. We're not asking him for the secret recipe for his creme brulee. This is basic 101 level stuff. I don't think custody was ever established. Period. I realize a couple of people have said this that Canton PD doesn't investigate murders. It's not what they do. This is proof. I agree. They sure as heck don't investigate murders. Oh, man. It's so bad. Susan says, I feel he's the only one being truthful 100%. I think he's been cagey about some of his information. They've had to weasel it out of him. And the key word I listen for right now in this trial, which you see occasionally, but we've seen consistently from law enforcement personnel when they're questioned, is when they say, I don't remember or I don't recall exactly. I don't recall exactly. That means I've forgotten a small bit, so I'm going to say I don't remember. Or I couldn't lay out the entire scene with how many leaves were on the trees or everything else. I've forgotten that little detail, so I just couldn't say because I don't recall exactly what it is. It's a little get out of jail free card that gets them away from whatever question they were being asked that they do not want to answer. Crime scene log. They only use those for murder scenes, apparently. Murder scenes. Let's see. Can someone explain the correct protocol for gathering evidence at a crime scene? Well, you start with your leaf blower. Okay, that's rule number one. Blow away all the stuff that isn't evidence. Okay, blow away all the stuff that isn't evidence. Get the high-speed gas-powered leaf blower. The battery-operated ones won't do. And blow away everything else. And then start knocking on neighbors' doors and be like, hey, guys, I know. Sorry about the flashing lights and all. Realize it's early in the morning. Blizzard and all. Sorry, we were up late, worried about the storm. Do you happen to have any Solo cups? Because we got a body, the body, yeah. The red one, the big ones, yeah. Oh, my goodness. There's no measuring device. All the pictures in the snow, they're like, well, I documented it with this photograph. It's like white. There's nothing, there's not even a banana for scale in the frame. There's no evidence markers. I guess Canton Police doesn't use evidence markers either. There's no evidence markers on any of this crime scene. Okay? There's nothing. It's just like, well, you can sort of see that that's a footprint, so that gives you an idea of how big it was. If that was that a head print or a footprint? I'm not sure. But this is what we have to work with. I haven't heard about the judge's connection to this case, if she has one at all, other than the fact that she's hearing it. I will say this, that thus far, I think she's done a pretty good job, like a pretty fair calling balls and strikes on this one. No, there won't be a directed verdict. Rarely it ever is. And in my opinion, it won't be this case. If they spend Saturday watching SVU, they'll learn a lot more than they know now. No evidence bags. Who has no evidence bags? I mean, this is literally the bag that you would put, I don't know, a handgun in. If you caught it on some thug when he's committed a crime, you're searching him, he's got a gun. You take it with the gloves and you put it in a handbag, in a paper bag, right? They have none. Instead, they've got Stop and Shop. I imagine there's like 6-packs and Peeps and Reese's Pieces and everything else, all the junk food, whatever junk food he wants to consume during his regular shift that he dumped out of the bag on the way to the crime scene, all over in the Toyota Tundra up front. It's everywhere. Don't think the judge has been fair. And tell me why. And I realize if you've seen ahead a little bit, I don't have the benefit of that information, so we don't want to go too far into the future. And I've also not looked. I'm looking jury member at this, but I'm not looking at the rulings leading up to this. And there's a ton. We could spend weeks talking about how we got here, right? That's all out there. But just looking at the case itself, as far as when I hear an objection, I'm able to, so far, for the most part, I've been able to say, oh, that makes sense. That was facts, not in evidence. So that's hearsay. And she seems to be calling that pretty straightforward. She is limiting some of the information that comes in, and as viewers, we want everything, right? We want all the details, spill the beans. We don't get that. And no judge, even the best judge, will just let everything in, because that's an automatic appeal as well. Let's see. Do they just keep the drugs they find for themselves? I don't see how they can put it in any evidence bag since they don't have any. They have needle bags. They have needle bags and swabs. That's all Canton PD gets is needles and swabs. I'm blurry. Why am I blurry? Is that better? A little bit? If I'm still blurry, refresh your screen. That might help a tiny bit. Maybe they thought the explanation was given and the case was closed, and they thought they didn't need physical evidence. Man, I would say of all the, yes, we can fast forward. I'm sorry, I forget that we're not live. Let's see. Of all the, of course, it's going to come back the second I start fast forwarding. Yep, I hit the forward button twice, and it started moving on us. So where are we? Are we live? No, we're not. How about there? Of all the things I've seen, the worst is that bit of tail light on top of the snow. Sorry, Seven, we're not going to catch all the way up on this one. Apologize. We'll always be a little bit behind.
Paul, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
Bring the jury.
You will bring the jury.
Please, please.
DSN, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, my friend. Thanks for your generous support of the channel. Makes it all possible. Paula, quite honestly, Brandy Churchwell has done a ton of research on this, and she's covering it live. I have a ton of respect for her. I won't be competing directly with her on lives for that. That's why we're watching on the replay. So she's going to have it live. We'll be behind just a little bit. We're not that far behind. We're on day 6. They're on day 9 today. So we're just a couple days behind. We might get a little closer as the case moves forward. Just depends on schedules and things. But that's where we're going to be.
Prize for the jury.
Brandon's going to be on NBC 10 tonight. That is awesome. That is really cool. I'm so excited for her.
Back in session, you may be seated.
I do like the lawyering in this case. So far, most of it's come from the defense.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
I forgot what the break was for.
Briefly, sir, with regard to incident you were asked about from August of 2002, can you explain in your own words what happened?
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time, and the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink, so I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron, and as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched, and at that point I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was it?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point, and he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified if you know?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people, you have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town, fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know?
Yes.
Whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
You were asked some questions about, on the cruiser cam video, whether you were on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you were on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, was also through the front door, and it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present, and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right, so it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area, and that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before, if you know?
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Let's see if they want to cross-examine just a little bit. He let out a few more details about the fight that that didn't come out in the cross initially. Interesting. We'll see if the judge gives them any more leeway or if they are done. Either way, guess what? We can fast forward. So let's keep it running here. Where are we at? Fast forward. Oh, there we go. Of course, I choose to fast forward right when.
You are all set.
You're all set.
Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony in, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
Red Pen, thanks for subscribing to the channel. Thank you so much. When did you unsubscribe? Welcome, Red Pen. Sometimes you have to click the button just to make sure you've clicked it. All right, so we are done with Michael Lang.
Right up. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Witness 16. Okay, that's good. Don't touch it anymore, sir.
The number of the exhibit, whatever it is. Good. Yeah.
41.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury, please?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
Do you
And
know
what rank or
tape is?
assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, I'm going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the Family Services Unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, were you working that day?
I came in to work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
Okay, what is the day shift of the Canton Police?
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area.
Sounds a little like the Daybell case today.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer. And he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Let me ask you this. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Good, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as illegal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of two young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide to do?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it's just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at 1 Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, so what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wondering where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the ship supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to 1 Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you?
Sergeant Lehan and I. He was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Lehan have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sally Port Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to 1 Meadows Ave, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes? The door is ajar. The door is ajar. Oh, that's not safe. You don't drive through while the door's still moving. Camera white balances. That's good. Still not the best white balance because I did it on the trees, but do a quick donut in the parking lot before I start work. Just to impress the other officers. Call the windshield wipers. You put them up in that position so they don't freeze in the down position. See how they're all like stuck up like that? You need whiskey in the jar? I got a whiskey song, but I
Gilman, if you
don't
could
really
pause
like
it
it.
there.
It has no lyrics.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, I would ask you to fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds.
There, perfect. That was it. That was it. That's 24. That's.
If you could play it from there, please.
That is pretty. I love a good snowfall. No snow on the roofs, though. It's interesting.
Mr. Gilman, if you could pause it there. What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
1 Meadows Ave.
And sort of toward the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Subsequent to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of 1 Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Man, we just did a slow pan back to the witness. Camera was like, man.
If you could pause it there, Ms. Gilman. Now, so it appears as you pull into the driveway at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of sort of the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say, from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or do you look around the house? What is it that you do on a well-being check?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
It's hard to tell any damage for this because of the snow. That's your car, right? That's the Lexus.
You could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And who is that?
That was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. May we approach?
Okay.
We get to approach because he doesn't know how. Judge is going to teach him how at the sidebar. Now what he wants to do is, he probably wants to get to an area that he has to walk gingerly around because of a prior ruling, and he wants guidance, and possibly, I mean, sometimes you can actually get a
Lieutenant, we're going to
stipulation.
need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it. You can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We'd ask those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Jurors, again, leaving your notebooks on your chairs and taking all your items with you. All rise. Jurors, follow me.
I wasn't.
As the juries leave, obviously it's our Friday, so we will not be back tomorrow morning. We'll be back on Monday morning with the next segment of this court case. Does anyone know if Rob, Lawn Lumber, is doing his Friday Night Frenzy tonight? I know he's moving, so that's why I was curious.
No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you. All right, you don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor. No.
She's like, I'm out of here.
Please.
It's Friday. Just kidding. All right, they're done. They're done. We're done. No FNF tonight. Okay. Brandy's about to be on. That's awesome. Here's what I want to do. I want to take a wee break. A wee break. I said that. I want to take a wee break, and then I want to do one more reading tonight because we have a spicy document that dropped. Let me give you just a brief tease of what it looks like. Let's see, it's right here. Bing. This one right here. Defendant's response to plaintiff's supplemental motion for sanctions. Yes, defendant's response. This is a response from J Hatch about the request for sanctions. Oh, this is going to be good. So we're going to take a little break so we can have a new playlist link. So basically, I want to link this with the Maya stuff and not with the rest of it. So let's take a tiny break and we'll come back and I'll read. I think it's 10 pages, and apparently it's spicy. I have not pre-read this, so. Wish me luck on screening the words before I say them. So, let's see. Rob and Runkle are traveling. I need babysitting. We'll be back. We'll be back then tonight a little bit. Let's do that. We'll do a read-along, or I'll read to you. It's like a bedtime story. It's No Pants Friday. Ashley, I have a confession. I'm not going to show you, but I have a confession. I'm wearing pants today. This is it's the first time I've worn pants in a long time. I'm a big fan of shorts. And unless it's like 30 below, and it's got to be true blizzard conditions, not the weak stuff we saw in the dash cam video today, but true blizzard conditions to get me in something other than shorts. So let's see. Skip you over where did you want to go? So no Ian, no Rob. We'll be back then. We'll be back with a read along. So here's what you need to do. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Red Pen found out that she needed to resubscribe because I don't know if YouTube unsubscribed you or what. But Red Pen, thank you for resubscribing. Make sure you ring the bell because we'll be back. Give me a little bit. It's 7 right now. Maybe half an hour. Within half an hour, I'll have a thumbnail at the very least. And we're going to do a little read-along tonight. Yeah, wear your hoodies, wear your pajamas, bring your popcorn, maybe a Mountain Dew if you need it. I'll replenish my water supply because if I'm reading, I'm going to need that. And we're going to go to the Maya dogs. They're spicy. Can I show you a little bit? They're spicy. Personal war council is waging. The personal war council is waging. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Anything else we need to cover tonight before we... That's the wrong button. That scared me to death. I don't think we have anything else. Brandy's going to be live on Twitter. She posted a link. I think it's on TV. I don't have a TV. I have monitors. I don't have a TV. Let's see. Brandy says, I'll be joining the team at NBC Boston Canton Confidential shortly. Here's the link for anyone who wants to watch. She's going to be on day 9, the recap. Obviously, that would spoil it for us. Brandy, I can't watch the spoilers. Can't watch the spoilers. What time do we come back? Probably in about half an hour. About half an hour. Yeah, I think it will be on YouTube, but I can't show that. That's a production by a news company where it's different. And plus, I need to get some paperwork filed right now, really quick, for court for something else. Yay! But let's do that, and that's all. That's all. It's gonna be live on the NBC Boston YouTube channel too, says Nikki. That's awesome. So excited for her. She does such a great job. I'm glad they're recognizing her because she put in tons of work. I think probably some of the best. There's the link where, thank you, Amber, for putting it up. There's the link where Brandy is going to be. I can't stream it. I cannot stream it, unfortunately. Maybe she'd be able to, but I wouldn't be able to. But anyway, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which is in about 30 minutes for the reading of the Maya documents. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you after. Bye. That was quick.
When are we going to break for lunch?